Good evening, everyone. This is a regular meeting of the Zoning Board of Adjustment for Wednesday, December 18th, 2024. Notice has been given in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act by posting a copy of the notice on the first floor of the municipal building and sending a copy to the Montclair Times, Star Ledger, and Herald News. This is a public hearing in which any members of the public are welcome to attend. The meeting agenda is available on the Montclair website, as is a link to the township's YouTube channel where the hearing can be viewed live or after the fact. The hearing is also being televised on Channel 34. And I will call the roll. Chair Harrison.
Here.
Vice Chair McCullough.
Here.
Mr. Caulfield.
Here.
Mr. Church.
Here.
Ms. Harris is not present. Mr. Moore is not present. Mr. Simon.
Here.
Mr. Vieira.
Here.
Ms. Grant. Here. Mr. Griffith.
Here.
Mr. Cruz is not present. And Mr. Sullivan.
Here.
All right, and I have one change to the agenda to announce tonight. The application number 2886 for 61 Mission Street, applicant Vic-n-Mina Property Management, has been postponed till January 15th, 2025, without the need for further notice.
You're probably going to be getting a letter from the applicant's attorney.
Okay.
Okay. I have a number of changes for the minutes. I was hoping to get them to you before the meeting, but I didn't have a functional computer until 1 o'clock, and that somewhat required me to hasten, do a lot of work stuff that I didn't have time to do this. So on page 2, the last paragraph, the next to last sentence, I think the easiest way to do this is just to do a new sentence that would read, the practice has no more than 7 staff members present at any one time, in addition to 2 dental doctors, period. You got that? Okay, page 5. The conditions should be changed to the conditions that are in the resolution, which I'll have one change to when we get to the resolution. But on page 7, on line 232, add at the end of the sentence, in most locations. These are areas in town where overnight parking is permitted. On page 9, lines 304, change, have it read, applied to the ROA zone due to the RO zone having large front yard setbacks. And then on line 303, it should read ROs, just read RO, not ROA. And then on line 320, delete, and all members were in favor of the project. And then on line 322, change unanimously to 6-1. And then on page 10, the third condition, delete the last sentence. It's not necessary. Anyone else with any changes to, note Mr. Cruz has arrived. And anyone else with any changes to the minutes? If not, someone want to move the minutes with those changes?
I'll move the minutes as amended.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
I abstain.
And we have the resolution for Montclair Dental Spa. On page 3, the end of what's paragraph 2 that carries over, you have installation of a new side door entrance on the east side. I would have thought it was not the east side, because that's the side. And I wasn't sure if the new entrance was the west side or the south side of the building. but,
We can double check that, if that's it, if that.
and then on page 6, put in condition 2, put the word all before the spaces. Anyone else have any changes to that resolution? If not, someone want to move the resolution with those changes?
I'll move the resolution, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
With the changes.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? And we have the resolution for the Simon application on Greenview Way. I don't have any changes. Does anyone else have any changes? If not, someone want to move the resolution?
I'll move the resolution, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? We have the King resolution on Woodmont Road. I'm abstaining, so I'll leave it to the rest of you.
I'll make a motion to approve. Are there any corrections? Does anyone have any corrections to this resolution?
No.
No.
Someone make a motion to approve it.
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution as presented.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Abstain.
And we have the, I abstain, the resolution for the Weintraub property on Cornell Way. On page 2, the first line at the top of the page, put open front porch, and then also put open front porch in number 4, and then consistent with the minutes, delete the last sentence in number 3. Anyone else with any changes to that resolution? Not to move the resolution with those changes?
I'll move the resolution with the chairman's changes.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? And we have the resolution for Mr. Sullivan's contract. I don't have any changes. Does anyone else have any changes?
I had none.
Not someone want to move the resolution?
I'll move the resolution.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. We have the resolution for Neglia Engineering. I have a couple changes to the resolution. In the third whereas, it says traffic engineer. It should be civil engineer. The sixth whereas, the word 2025 should be entered after contract 4. Anyone else with any changes to that resolution? Someone want to move the resolution?
I'll move the resolution.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. The application is a continuation of the public hearing for 400 Orange Road, Montclair Sky BNC LLC. Before we get started, I want to do something I should have done before the first hearing, just so there's a little better understanding of some of what we do and why. The municipal land use law sets forth the requirements for an applicant to qualify for a variance. And if an applicant meets those criteria, we have no choice but to approve it. On the other hand, if the applicant does not meet those criteria, we have no choice but to deny it. There have been hundreds, really thousands of court cases interpreting those provisions of the municipal land use law. One of my functions and Mr. Sullivan's functions is to make sure we follow what the courts have ruled in terms of those requirements, so we don't get reversed. In my tenure on the board as chair for 37-plus years, we have had only 2 reversals, which is probably an astounding record. One where a majority of the board differed from me and their denial was reversed, and one where I wanted to try and get the courts to recognize that there should be some limits on inherently beneficial uses. The court didn't see it that way. That's for a property somewhat closer to the South End shopping area than the current property, but so it's important. And one of the things that came up at an earlier hearing, and just so you understand, the municipal land use law also sets forth procedural requirements, one of which is if you're represented by an attorney, you don't get to talk. Tomorrow night, I'm going to be representing an objector before another Board of Adjustment. I told her day one, you don't get to ask questions. I get to ask questions. You only get to testify if I call you as a witness, which I'll do, but it is, one of the things that is very clear from the court cases that if a board deviates from that, you will be reversed, period. It's not discretionary on our part to hear people who are represented by an attorney other than if their attorney calls them, and whether that's a good, bad, or indifferent law, that is the law, and we have no choice to follow it unless you want to waste your time here and come and have our decision reversed, because that's a waste of everybody's time. So it's important we do this, so anything we decide at this hearing or any other hearing, rarely do either applicants or objectors challenge our decisions, but if they do, that they'll be upheld, so everyone has not wasted their time and have to come back another time, or sometimes the courts just reverse the board and say, reach the opposite result and say, that's it, and you don't get another say. So that's, a lot of what we're doing and a lot of our allowing, not allowing things is a function of what the law requires. With that, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the applicant is ready.
Okay, and just what are you planning to do tonight?
Mr. Chairman, we just have one witness, Matthew Flynn, who is the planner, who has not testified with regard to the 6-unit application. So we're not going to reintroduce all of his testimony, but just he wanted to clean up, if you will, based on the 6, and then we'll rest and ask for relief on the use only, and then if the board is inclined, it gives us that relief, we'll come back with a site plan. So we're bifurcating the application as we indicated last
Okay,
time.
and just so the public knows, once they rest, that'll be your opportunity to present any testimony concerning the application.
Let me ask a question. Mr. Messeri, you indicated that this is going to be a bifurcated application, correct? You're going to seek the use variance at this time, and if that's approved, then you'll come back subsequently for site plan approval.
That is correct.
There are bulk variances associated with, you need several side yard, or rather front yard setback variances, and you also need an impervious coverage variance. Are you seeking those as part of this bifurcated application now?
Yes, I think it's fair to everybody involved that we're seeking those variances this evening.
Okay. Thank you. All right, and Zanab, you have previously been sworn in connection with this. You understand you're still under oath. Mr. Flynn, you were also here several months ago. You were sworn in at that time. You understand you're still under oath?
I do.
Okay. Just state your name and address for record, please.
Yeah, Matthew Flynn, Flynn, 101 Gibraltar Drive, Morris Plains, New Jersey.
Mr. Flynn, your license as a professional planner is still in good standing?
They are, yes.
Has anything changed with your qualifications since last time you appeared in front of this board?
No.
Okay. So have you had the opportunity to review the revised plan for the 6 units that is now proposed on this property, 400 Orange Road?
I have.
And as a professional planner, have you made any determinations with regard to the feasibility of the plan, the viability of the plan, and the appropriateness of the plan?
I have.
Can you please explain or advise the board what you have found?
Sure. So just by way of very quick background, I know that this there has been some history with this case, obviously, that the board has experienced through the last several months. This is a property that has been vacant for several years. This is a very large property. It's approximately 4 times the size of the average lot area in the immediate area. So it does stand out not only for its substantial mass, but also because it does have frontage along 3 public roadways. It's my testimony that this is not just an eyesore, it's also a safety hazard. This is proximate to residential properties immediately behind it. The existing building is rather close to those residential buildings. My client has noted vandalism, deterioration of the site conditions, which we believe are in dire need of improvement at this point, especially as it relates to this residential fabric that we are situated in. As the board knows, this is a difficult application by virtue of the fact that this is a unique property. We are requesting a use variance. The zoning regulations for this zone are intended for single-family residential. Again, it's my testimony that these regulations do not lend themselves to the property at hand by virtue of several unique conditions that I'll get into. Actually, this is the heart of a use variance test. We need to look at what makes this property unique in order to assess what's the most appropriate form of development on this property. There are several ways that, as a planner, I assess what is appropriate for this property. I think we need to look at the conditions of the property itself. Like I said, the fact that it is substantially oversized, the fact that we do have frontage along 3 public roadways. I think we also need to look at what's there today and how that is all going to be improved. I'll get into that, but again, increasing open space on the property, decreasing impervious coverage, and vastly improving the aesthetics of the property with a brand-new development. We can also look at the surrounding neighborhood, which I got into the last time I testified. I submitted an exhibit showing some of the properties in the immediate area that are developed with multifamily and commercial uses, despite also being in this R1 zone that we're situated in. In addition to the use that's being proposed, I think it's also important to look at the form of the development that's being proposed. As the board will recall, we are down to just 2 C variances. I think we eliminated 3 C variances since the beginning of this process. I'll get into those C variances in just a moment, but again, if we looked to the R3 zone where townhouses would be permitted, we would actually have less impervious coverage than what's permitted for a townhouse development. Again, these requirements that we are subject to are applicable to single family, whereas if we look at impervious coverage for townhouse requirements, it's actually in sync with that. The other variances for front setbacks, as I've noted, we have 3 street frontages, so that is somewhat of a hardship in that we do have to meet that front setback 3 times, which I believe is 20 feet. Finally, in terms of the form of development, I think we can also contrast this with what would be permitted as of right in the single-family zone. Like I said, this is a large property. If it were subdivided several times, we would end up with a property that has multiple driveways. One of the benefits of this application is that it is compact. We are able to efficiently utilize this property and get 1 driveway providing ingress and egress to the site. Again, as opposed to permitted subdivision, we would have multiple driveways coming out onto either of these 3 frontages. Like I said, the heart of this variance is this D1 use variance. Again, the essence of that is what we call the site suitability standard, looking at what's particularly suitable for this property for the proposed use. Going back to the history, I think it's important to note here that this is an applicant that has been committed from day 1 to finding an appropriate use of this site rather than maximizing development. I think there's proof for that intention in that 8 units was originally approved by the board in 2007. So I think we can all agree that a logical starting point for picking this application back up would be those 8 units that were originally approved many years ago. It was deemed suitable at that density, and so I think it's certainly appropriate for my client to come back with those 8 units. Obviously, through the course of these proceedings, we have had public testimony regarding the desire to have this property scaled back. So we did so. Originally, we went back to 7 units. We changed the style of the townhouses, which we feel are now more traditional in aesthetics. And we modified the circulation for less intrusion. I think the board will recall that we originally had 2 driveways. And I think the public expressed that they would rather not have a driveway providing access to Ward Place. The board will recall that we removed that driveway, and now we're talking about 1 means of ingress and egress. Since then, we actually reduced the development further, down from 7 to 6 units. We removed the number of variances, like I mentioned. And so, again, the only C variances that we're requesting relief from are impervious and front setback. I think it's important for the board to take note that the number of units being reduced does constitute a 25% reduction in the total number of units being proposed on the property, which is substantial from a planning standpoint. Also, in terms of site suitability, I think I testified at the prior hearing, and I touched on it again, that the board did find that 8 townhouses was more consistent with the intent of the master plan than the existing garden center use on the property. I would also add that we do have adjacency to a rather large cemetery, which is the Rosedale Cemetery across from Pleasant Way. The fact that we do have 3 street frontages does provide substantial separation between our neighboring properties on 3 of our sides. We have 50 feet built in to Ward Place and Pleasant Way by virtue of the street widths, and 66 feet to the east across Orange Road. I also noted that there's several bus stops along Orange Road. I noted again that this is a larger lot than many of the typical lot area in the neighborhood. And I think, do you remember which exhibit this was? Yeah, it's either yes. So Exhibit A11, as the board will recall, outlines several multifamily and non-residential properties in the immediate area, all of which were in the same zone that we're located in, this R1 zone. So these are all existing non-conforming uses in the zone. To get into specifically why I feel that the reduction down to 6 makes a substantial difference in terms of the planning testimony at this point. If you were to subdivide this property into 6 lots, we would be looking at lots that are approximately 4,000 square feet on average. Again, that's taking the overall lot area and dividing that by 6. There are several properties on this block that are as small as 3,000 square feet. Based on my notes here, I have properties that are 3,500 square feet, 3,200 square feet, 3,000 square feet on this block alone. So again, if we were talking about subdividing this property and proposing conforming single-family uses, I believe that 6 lots would be the logical conclusion in that regard. So to just tie all of this together into the statutory criteria, again, the site suitability standard I think is met by virtue of all of that testimony that I just put on the record. In terms of the project benefits, the positive criteria, we look at the purposes of zoning set forth by the municipal land use law. Purpose A, promotion of the general welfare. Here we're looking at brand new housing stock. We're including an affordable unit. And New Jersey is experiencing a housing shortage, and there are sources that I have reviewed that note that the fact that demand substantially exceeds supply is actually a root cause for rising housing prices. The fact that there's more demand than there is supply. And I noted that from the National Low Income Housing Coalition, as well as the Joint Center for Housing Studies, which comes out of Harvard University. Keeping on purpose A, promotion of the general welfare. Again, we're in a residential zone. We're proposing a residential use, replacing a non-residential use. So by virtue of that alone, that is an improvement. and the development of this prominent site at a prominent intersection here with something that's particularly suitable for this lot, I think promotes the public good. In terms of purpose G, variety of uses in appropriate locations, again, going back to my site suitability testimony, the fact that this use was deemed appropriate at even higher density at that 8 units. Purpose M, efficient use of land. This is a nearly fully built out town. Finding suitable locations for infill development to meet this housing shortage. Finding properties like this that can accommodate that is certainly a good thing from a planning perspective. In terms of the massing of the building, our building coverage actually complies. Some of the variances that we eliminated include the building height variance. So in terms of massing, I think we are looking at a building that is not going to stand out as being obtrusive in terms of scale. Finally, purpose I of the municipal land use law is desirable visual environment. Like I said, we're proposing this beautiful new architecture here. This is a very well thought out plan. I think the board will agree that the care and attention that the architect put into these plans is top notch. It's certainly above the standard that I see on many applications. He introduced a 27-page slideshow really talking about any aspect of the architecture that you could think of. We're introducing more greenery. We're reducing the massing. We've actually reduced the massing after each public hearing process. And we are getting buildings fronting along each roadway, which is a specific recommendation of the master plan. In terms of the negative criteria, no substantial detriment to the public or to the zone. I think I've made it clear that my testimony is that this is not going to stand out as being obtrusive in the context of what's going on in the neighborhood, as well as what you could get here in terms of these, the minimal C variance relief that we're requesting. We are proposing this affordable housing component. We're eliminating an incompatible land use. And I think I can quote the master plan like I did last time, which stated that Montclair cannot remain a static community and still meet the needs of its residents. A lack of flexible and affordable housing options is making it less viable for residents to live their whole lives in Montclair, end quote. Really, I think that one of the benefits, like I noted, of this application is that we are getting this affordable unit. If we were to shrink this down much further, we would actually lose that affordable unit. It would no longer be required. So part of the benefit of getting the density that we're proposing here is, of course, that affordable component. I did want to make a comparison to, I think I noted, I hinted towards this, a comparison to the zones where townhouse developments are permitted. Again, they're not permitted in R1, so I think it's logical to look to where they are permitted and for comparison purposes. If we do look at those zones, they do permit up to 12 units per acre, whereas here we're talking about 11 units per acre. So from a density standpoint, this is certainly not something that is, I would say, inappropriate for this sized lot. So I think all of that goes towards the use variance relief. I think it can be justified again by virtue of the site suitability standard and the fact that the positives that I went through certainly outweigh the negatives. We are looking at a site that is in dilapidated condition in a residential zone. It has visual prominence. It has proximity to residential right behind it. And we feel that this is going to be a vast improvement over what's there and an appropriate use of the space at that. I'll get into the C relief. We have eliminated the variance for number of stories, where we were originally at 3 stories, whereas 2.5 stories is what's permitted. There was extensive testimony on that at the last hearing. It's a sort of technical requirement, but we do meet that now. We also required rear setback relief. We no longer require that. We no longer require building coverage relief. So again, what we're left with is front setbacks to all 3 frontages. 25 feet is required. I think I misspoke. I said 20 feet is required. 25 feet is the requirement. And Orange Road is currently at 20 feet. Ward Place is currently at 15 feet. And Pleasant Avenue is currently proposed at 20 feet. Impervious coverage, we're proposing 53.62%, whereas 35.7% is what's permitted. We are reducing that from existing conditions, which is at 72.3%. We are increasing open space by over 2,000 square feet. And again, in the R3 zone where this type of development is specifically contemplated, we would be allowed to go up to 65% in terms of impervious coverage. There was some confusion at the last hearing, or at least conversation, regarding the ordinance requirement that the affordable unit is required to be substantially similar in size and quality. To the extent that that variance is necessary, I think that that is easily met by virtue of the fact that these are substantially similar units in both size and quality. And the reason for that is each unit is 3 bedrooms. Each unit has an open kitchen, living, dining room on the second floor, looking out through large windows. Each unit has a primary bedroom on the top floor with an outdoor deck, a walk-in closet, a bathroom. Each unit has a garage. Each unit has an open stair as well as a circulation element. And each unit has a living space on the ground floor that will have hookups for separate plumbing and kitchenette. I think the intent of the ordinance here is not to have an affordable unit that stands out visually and functionally as being different than the rest of the units. And here I think that intent is easily met. And I will quote, I'll reference section 347-156, which does provide for, it actually requires if we did have multiple affordable units, there is a requirement for distribution of bedrooms. So again, the intent of the ordinance is not to have every unit be exactly the same. There is a variety that's encouraged, actually, and I would say that the quality and the size is really substantially similar and will not stand out. Just to tie all of that into the statutory criteria for C relief, I think we're looking at the C2 balancing test for the most part, whereby the benefits of the application as a whole substantially outweigh any detriments. I think the positive criteria that I went through carry forth. I don't think I need to go through them again. All the C relief that we're requesting, which again is really 2 at this point, is necessary to effectuate this project and get those benefits that I mentioned. In terms of the negative criteria, again, we're talking about a building that complies with parking. We comply with building height in terms of feet, so the numerical value as well as the number of stories. In terms of coverage and setbacks, I think we meet the intent for built-in light, air, open space. We do have, I would say, substantial setbacks in the grand scheme of things, and it's really the result that we have 23 front setbacks. Building coverage complies. Impervious coverage is being reduced from existing conditions. And the last thing I'll say about the C relief, I'll say 2 things, is I think we can also look to the C1 hardship test, whereby the relief relates to the land and the lot itself. Again, we're looking at 3 frontages. If we had a side setback here, we would only be required to have 6 feet. We need 20 feet on each side, which is a hardship. I think that it's evident that these other homes in the area have side setbacks, so the spacing between buildings would be much less than what we're proposing. All said, in terms of the C relief, as the board knows, we are requesting this D1 use variance, and so with that, there is case law to the point that these C relief are actually subsumed within that variance. I think I mentioned it. This is a single-family zone, so all of these variances and requirements are really only applicable to single-family development, not necessarily townhouse development. And so that's why technically they are subsumed within that variance. I will say one other thing about the use variance. There is case law out there. It's known as the Price versus Himeji case. And I would like to just rattle off a quote from that, which states that the availability of alternative locations is relevant, but does not bar the grant of a use variance. Instead, the question is whether the chosen property is especially well-suited for a use that is not permitted in the zone. So yes, there are other zones where townhouses are permitted that would not require a use variance, but that's why we have this D1 site suitability test in the first place. If we meet that, to the board chairman's point at the outset, the statutory criteria is met, and this would constitute a suitable location, despite the fact that it's a non-permitted use. So with that, I know that my exhibit is on the screen there. I went through it during my prior testimony. I do have also Exhibit A12, which is aerial photographs of the property. If the board or the public wants me to walk through any of those exhibits again, and specifically what they're highlighting, I'd be happy to do so. But with that, that's pretty much my testimony. I do think that the 6 units that are proposed tonight are a substantial improvement and much more compatible with the area, really mostly because of the fact that we would now comply with the density requirement of the zone where this would be a permitted use, and also the fact that if you were to subdivide this property into 6 lots, you would be looking at lot areas that are consistent, and you would again end up with 6 homes. And I think this is a better zoning alternative because you are not going to have those 6 driveways. We're just going to have 1. It's going to be compact and efficient use of space. So if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them. That's pretty much all I have, unless there's anything from Greg.
I think you covered everything.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Flynn.
Thank you.
So, I'd like to talk about a couple of topics that you raised in your presentation to get some further clarification. So you started off by making reference to this property representing a safety hazard. And I would like for you to speak to that in a little bit more detail in terms of what is your analysis, or what is the analysis of your team that rendered that conclusion. I think probably everybody in this room agrees that this property would benefit from a good project. We'll just leave it at that at this point. But since you raised it as a safety hazard, would you help us to understand what was it that your team saw and concluded that led you to that?
Sure. So I think right off the bat, I will say that any vacant lot does to some degree present a safety hazard, especially when we're talking about a residential neighborhood where we do have this element of people, pedestrians, and residents in the immediate area. Presumably, these residents have children, at least some of them. And really, when you're talking about a vacant lot, you're talking about disuse of the property, obviously by virtue of its abandonment. So by virtue of that, you don't have eyes on the property. You don't really have that surveillance aspect. If this were a property that were in use, you would have activity. You would have people watching out. You would have some level of surveillance on the property, keeping an eye on the activity that happens there. When you're talking about a vacant lot, you don't have that ongoing presence. And so with that, I don't want to say anything goes, but presumably people that don't belong on this property could end up on the property and not be seen or noticed. I did note that this is a property that's been vacant for some years. There is dilapidation. The longer that it sits vacant, the more dilapidated it becomes, the more pavement that becomes deteriorated, the more that the building itself will become deteriorated. That being said, the more loose materials will be on the property. Essentially, if somebody were to stumble on this property, if a child was to enter the property for some reason, it's definitely not an ideal situation in a residential neighborhood.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So you also introduced in your presentation that 8 townhouses was part of the original proposal, which had been modified to 7 and now 6. And by virtue of that, I mean, what you have done is you've sort of opened the door to help us understand sort of the history behind how the owner of this property has sort of looked at this through the perspective of development. So, would you have us understand that the owner only considered this property as being viable for townhouses, or were there other thoughts and ideas that had been broached as the owner looked at this particular property? And if so, can you help us understand what perhaps some of those ideas were?
I am not aware of any ideas other than the townhouse configuration.
As attorney, are you familiar with?
Mr. McCullough, yes. The applicant went through a couple iterations of plans early on, then decided on 8 because, as Mr. Flynn had testified to, 8 was already deemed to be an appropriate number. And perhaps it was appropriate in 2007, but it's certainly not appropriate now, in this board's opinion. So, but he also considered, and I think Mr. Flynn covered this, that for the appropriate use of the land, it seemed that, according to the professionals, Mr. Flynn and Mr. Flynn's, I don't know if he's your partner or what, Mr. McDonough, who's also a well-respected professional planner, that the townhouse use was certainly compatible with the other uses in the area, that there are other multifamilies in this zone, that it's on Orange Road. And I think one of the ultimate decisions was it's because it's the end with 3 frontages that I think our architect, Mr. Garber, had used this term. It's a cap to that neighborhood. So there were many versions that were considered. 8 certainly was, and that's why that was submitted. But I think at all times, everybody thought that all the professionals believed that the townhouse use was the best use.
So do I understand then that the only consideration given to this property, and I'm now talking to Mr. Flynn again, was residential? I mean, there was no consideration of a commercial option or anything like that?
Correct.
I would imagine that at times when there have been conversations with neighbors, and I know that there have been opportunities to talk with neighbors in the past, that perhaps there were other ideas that were floated, but your understanding is that the townhouse option is the option that the owner has looked at and is committed to. And the question is going to be how many, right?
That's correct.
Okay. You also lifted up, in that same conversation, though, an alternative that could be subdividing that lot into 6 residential homes at approximately 4,000 square feet.
So the reason that I said that, I'm not saying that my client considered that, but the reason that I looked at that as a comparison was because that is a permitted use in the zone.
Right.
And specifically, now that we are down to the 6 units, I wanted to see how that, I'll call it density, compares to the surrounding neighborhood. So that's why I was looking at that.
Right. So I understood that was illustrative.
Correct, yeah.
But, can you just say a little bit more about that, so that, again, there's common understanding in terms of what would be sort of the benefits or the detriments of that, as opposed to what is being proposed for our action?
Sure. So, like I said, the number of driveways, conceivably, if you have 6 single-family homes, they're each going to have their own driveway. I know that the public did express dissatisfaction with the fact that we did have that driveway along Ward Place. If there was a home that was going to be facing Ward Place, you would have a driveway providing access to Ward Place. You would also have multiple other driveways for each of the other subdivided lots. I did also look at, the fact that if this were a permitted single-family use, my understanding of the zoning ordinance is that accessory dwelling units would be permitted. There are some conditions, but conceivably you could have an even greater number of dwelling units once you start looking at that. So even if you did subdivide it into 6 single-family homes and each had a accessory dwelling unit, I don't think that that would necessarily be to the satisfaction of anyone in this room, but I could be wrong.
Just out of curiosity, since, I mean, you make the reference to the issue of driveways, and I guess I would posit that if there were 6 homes, there would be maybe 2 driveways alighting to each of the 3 roads, let's say, for example, as opposed to, could there be like something like a cul-de-sac where, similar to the proposal that we're considering, where there is one access onto that property, where there could be the 6 homes and everybody utilizes the same road to enter and exit the property.
Well, that's sort of what we have at this point. I mean,
Exactly, that's what,
yeah.
I'm just asking if you, instead of having townhouses, if you had 6 individual homes, could you pull off the same kind of concept is basically the question I'm asking.
I'm not sure if the lot itself would be conducive to that. An actual, it's basically a street. I'm not sure if the property would be large enough to accommodate that.
I'd like to, you started to make a reference to the number of bus stops, which engendered a lot of conversation at the last hearing. But you didn't specifically speak to that. I wondered, did you want to say more about why you referenced the number of bus stops on that particular area?
Yeah, really the point there was that this is a well-served area. We're not putting residents where they don't have access to these types of amenities. I think at the last hearing, I also mentioned the, I think it's called the Canterbury Park, which is in close proximity to the property. So for lack of a better phrase, we're not putting people where they don't have anywhere to walk to. It's a well-served area in that regard. There are also some non-residential situations happening, and so I think that it is important when we're talking about potentially a non-permitted use where this property would anticipate a single-family property. I think it adds to the suitability of the property to accommodate more units than one.
So I just want to ask just 2 comments about the detriment to the public good, since you also raised that in your presentation. And one of them was with reference to affordability, and you talked about the one affordable unit, and it just made me wonder, okay, one would be affordable, but would the other units have a price point that would be similar to the rest of that neighborhood? Or would they have a tendency to be more expensive than the rest of the neighborhood, and therefore might not necessarily be to the benefit of the neighborhood if it sort of changed sort of the economics of that area?
I'm not aware of the price points that these would be going for, but obviously the surrounding neighborhood does play a part in what eventually the units would go for.
So that, I mean, it could potentially be an issue. I mean, we don't know ultimately, what the owner is anticipating or hoping. I mean, obviously, it's the owner has a profitable business. I mean, it's so.
But I do think it's important here to consider what you could have as of right with a subdivision application. Here, obviously, the board does have the opportunity to approve a 6-unit development. Other than that, if we were to end up down the road with a different application that was, let's say, for 4 units and none of them were affordable, You're talking about larger lot development, you're talking about potentially larger structures, larger private areas. You're really, I would think, talking about more expensive living conditions.
So, which does get to sort of my last point, which is, again, related to the public good. So I guess the question is, would this proposal, or how would you see this proposal that is before us ultimately improving the neighborhood? Because, when we're talking about the public good, that's obviously has to be a chief concern of any neighborhood, will this development make my life better? So it's sort of, I think it's sort of twofold. One of them is, again, the issue of affordability, because it is a factor. People do look at that. But the other one is, when we sort of look at this as sort of capping that neighborhood, if this development takes place, how will this development benefit the rest of that neighborhood? Or ultimately, would it become a detriment to it? That's, and I don't know if you can respond to that, but it's a query that's
Right,
in my
well, I
head.
think you're sort of hinting towards, well, the first thing I'll say is that clearly getting rid of a vacant building, providing a residential building in a residential zone would conceivably improve property values. We have a long-standing vacant property that's currently an eyesore. It's certainly an undesirable condition. It's obviously not in its current condition providing anything of value to the area. And so I think we have to contrast what we're proposing with what we have today. Like I said, the board does have a realistic opportunity at this point to approve the project as is. And I'm not saying this as a threat, so please don't take it that way, but obviously in the future, a development could go before this board with 4 more expensive single-family homes, none of which are designated affordable. I mean, I'm just saying that because that is sort of the risk that I think we should at least note. So I do think that all of your concerns are valid, but I do think that this proposal is a substantial improvement.
Right. And just one last point, and that was just going back to the C variance and the setbacks, the front setbacks. Is it your judgment that the setbacks that are in this proposal are consistent with the overall neighborhood, or would they represent a deviation?
I believe that our setbacks, despite the variances, are actually substantial. I think that this building is not going to stand out as being close to our property lines aesthetically or functionally. Again, just to run through it again quickly, what we're proposing in terms of setbacks is 20 feet, 15 feet, and 20 feet again. If this were a property, like I said, with side setbacks, you would only be required to have 6 feet. So when we look at the typical residential lot that's surrounded on both sides by other residential lots, we could be looking at much smaller and tighter spaces between lots.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No other questions at this
I'm
time.
going to interject because there's what I think is an erroneous assumption that you're using, and I want to raise it now before we have more questions that deal with that. Are you aware of the definition of the townhouse in the township's ordinance?
I don't remember it verbatim, but I can pull it up. I'm looking at it now.
And what does it provide?
So the definition of a townhouse per the ordinance is a building containing 3 or more dwelling units, wherein each unit has its own front and rear access to the outside. No unit is located over another unit, and each unit is separated From the other one, from the other by one or more common vertical walls.
Okay, so do any of these buildings have 3 or more dwelling units?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so I guess I don't know, given that definition, how you can be considering it a townhouse development and then comparing it to what's allowed in the townhouse zones which allow townhouses when it doesn't meet the definition.
It's a fair point. It's the first time that that's been brought to my attention. I'm not sure if the prior iterations did comply with that, and,
They've always had 2 units together.
okay.
Mr. Chairman, when I made the application, I was instructed to change my application to townhouse,
And,
and I did.
okay. And does that magically change what the ordinance provides?
No, I'm just saying, Mr. Chairman, I'm not arguing with you or whatever, but
I'm dealing, I'm not challenging your notice. I am saying, in terms of this board's consideration, some of the testimony this evening is premised on this being a townhouse development, and it does not meet the definition of townhouse. Okay. I
get
just
your
wanted to, before we went on and had more discussion of townhouses, I wanted to make sure everyone was aware of what the definition provided.
And if I may just clarify my point, based on a technical read of the ordinance, I guess we would be classified as simply a multifamily dwelling. The reason that I think the testimony that you're referencing that I said was the number of dwelling units per acre. If we did look at this as a multifamily dwelling, using my same logic, we would be looking at a limit of 18 units per acre, so we would actually be
Okay.
looking at
Okay,
even greater.
You're making the situation worse. What does the definition of multifamily dwelling say?
A building containing 3 or more apartments.
And again, we
So
don't
it's the
have a
same
building.
point.
Okay.
So I guess,
Okay, go on.
well, if I may ask, what you would believe the use would be,
Look like 2-family homes to me.
okay.
Okay. We'll continue questioning with Mr. Church.
I have no questions.
Mr. Caulfield?
Did the master plan identify this area as a place that needed development in your understand, or like you're looking through the master plan? Did the master plan identify this area as a need of development when you did your research?
Go ahead.
do you mean an area in need of redevelopment?
Mhm.
Like a redevelopment?
Or not necessarily redevelopment, but an area that was looking for develop, or like, highlighted as an area for development?
I don't believe it specifically
Okay.
did.
Of the town, or the townhouses that we have up there, I mean, looking at some of them, like the 361, that U-shaped one, those are usually single family. Usually the square footages for a single, for a one bedroom is 500 square feet. Looking on the web here, and so just taking that knowledge, I think that maybe that the square footage of all those townhouses might be in the range of 1,500 square foot in that. I mean, I don't know if you have that information in front of you, but they're older facilities. I don't think they're in the 2,400 square footage of 3 bedrooms in that area.
I'm sorry, I'm trying, could you just or reiterate your question?
Well, after the chairman brought in the townhouses and all that stuff, so I'm just going off of that townhouse, and you right there, you've labeled a bunch of townhouses there, and I'm just trying to compare the square footage that you have, that we have for new developments, for the ones that are on Orange Road, or 2,400 square foot, But I think in reality, I think those townhouses, their square footage are probably like 1,500 for a family. So
Yeah,
I'm just trying to
don't-
compare like apples and oranges to apples.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what the square footages of those
Okay.
units are.
Can you give me the impervious coverage again? What is that?
Yes. So impervious proposed is 53.62%. Again, it's a reduction of the 72% existing. And again, a further reduction from what we proposed originally, which was at 59.5%.
And the site right now is at 72%? Is that, would you have?
Yes,
Okay, all right, thank you.
thanks.
Vieira.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Flynn, just to follow up on that question, what was the required impervious coverage?
Yeah, 35.7% in the single family zone.
Okay, so going back to the questioning by the vice chairman, if I remember correctly, at your last testimony, you brought up the concept of the neighborhood compatibility of this proposed plan. So can you kind of explain what that analysis is? How do you do that analysis? And it's only the exhibit that you provided to us, or do you go beyond this area? Do you compare it to other developments in town? Or how does that work?
Well, I would say that my analysis focused on the immediate area of the subject property. The reason for that is, if it's not clear, is simply because if we're talking about compatibility, we really are talking about the compatibility of what we're proposing with what's immediately surrounding the property. In this case, Exhibit A11 shows several multifamily and I'll say other than single-family development. So really the point here is that along Orange Road specifically, there is a presence of multifamily development. And they do tend to be on the larger lots. Like I said, the typical lot size in the area is something like 4,000 square feet. But we do have some larger properties along Orange Road, and those larger properties are typically developed with multifamily development. This property would continue that trend, and in that regard, it is compatible. It wouldn't stand out as being the only one in the area. And to the extent that we are requesting a zoning, or a use variance, one of the purposes of zoning, we have these blanket zoning regulations that apply to all properties in that zone. It's impossible for a zoning code to anticipate every single nuance on every single property, which again is why we have these standards for a use variance. And again, that really highlights the purpose of the compatibility testimony in that, yes, we are a use variance, but there are several other similar uses happening in this area.
Thank you. And the other question I had was around the affordable unit. So my understanding is that the proposed affordable unit is the smallest of the 6 proposed units. So how do you reconcile that, I guess that fact that it's the smallest of the 6 units compared to what the standard requires, that it should be of similar square footage or similar,
Sure. So
Sure.
there are actually, we have the affordable unit, and then we also have one other unit that is identical to that unit. So it's not the only one that is that size. There is also a market rate unit that is the exact same size. There are the other buildings are larger, but really the point of that was not, okay, let's make the affordable unit smaller. The purpose was because these 2 units have a 1-car garage as opposed to a 2-car garage. So there was a rationale behind it. And that was that. And I think from a planning perspective, it may be more appropriate to, if we are talking about residents that are going to take advantage of that affordable opportunity, if that resident only has one car, it doesn't necessarily make sense to have a property with two cars. To have a garage with two cars.
Mr. Vera, if I can address it also, Mr. Flynn mentioned before that the ordinance contemplates that not every affordable unit will be the same. Because if you look at 347, 156, capital A, 1B, and then it's 1, 2, 3, 30% of the affordables have to be 2 bedrooms. 20% of the affordables have to be 3 bedrooms. So by its very definition in the ordinance, they don't have to be the same size. They have to be substantially similar, which these are by design, by quality, and certainly almost exact to the one, number 1 and number 6 are almost exact. Now, it does say also, if there's only one unit, it has to be for low income. So, and the ordinance, in some respects, is confusing, let's say, because it says at least 30% have to be 2-bedroom, at least 20% have to be 3-bedroom. It doesn't say what happens if there's only one unit. But we are making the one unit 3 bedrooms. And again, your ordinance contemplates that they will not all be the same.
Thank you.
Ms. Grant?
Hello.
How are you?
Good. Okay, so, so first thing I want to just say is I listened to the efforts to advance, the project, the reduction in the number of units, reduction in massing, the decrease in impervious surface, and those are all, like steps in a good direction. As you mentioned, the meetings before, there's a lot of discussion about everything. Then I'm going to go into, you talked about housing shortage. So you said this is an efficient use of space. And I think, of course, you can say that it's very subjective if this is an efficient use of space. You also said this is a substantial improvement. That also is subjective. You said Montclair cannot afford to be static. And, saying that that property not being developed makes that, you didn't say the whole neighborhood, but makes that area static. I think that's also very subjective. And I say that to say there are stakeholders in that community that may not agree with this, this assessment. And if there's a need for housing, I don't feel that when you're planning that it means that, okay, there's a housing shortage in Montclair, so just, put an apartment building here because there's a need for housing. That's not always the solution, not to say it can't be the solution, but I think that your testimony, it doesn't include anything as from a planner about the stakeholders, the other stakeholders who should be considered in planning. And then that's just on the housing shortage part. And then I wanted to just talk about the history, because you did talk about the history of you talked about the history of this process of getting something into that space. But then there's also a history and a fabric of the community, and how does this development factor into that history? And I'm going to reach back a little minute to something, and I wanted to know if you knew what the Great Migration was.
I think I do, but I'm not totally sure. I'm thinking of the same thing, so if you want to...
You want to try? You said you think you do, or you want me to?
I would, yeah.
Okay.
Well, I would, yeah, it'd be more, if
So-
you're more familiar.
Ms. Grant, just ask him
Ask him,
questions.
okay.
And if he says he doesn't know, then,
Oh, okay, I thought he was saying he wanted to say, okay.
well, if If he wants to say, he can say, but
Okay.
don't you give him the answer.
Okay. Okay. So, I just wanted to say that in 1870, the Great Migration started, and here in Montclair, and the South End community was a recipient of many people that traveled during the Great Migration. That fabric is still there today, and I say that to say that when there's a variance is approved and it starts to kind of change the fabric, because a single family home is something that it's the character of a community. So that, like I said, the residents, their desire to have a single home neighborhood is something to be considered. And I think I covered everything that I wanted to say. I also wanted to say some of the priorities that, because you talked about previous meetings, were safety in the community, traffic, scale of the project, and I thought that, again, I thought it was just a little like one-sided, and that's all I wanted to say.
If I may respond to your comments, the history of this area is that this property has been used for something that's not been residential since 1996. So this particular property has had a non-residential influence on this area for over 20 years, yeah. So bringing it back to residential, I think, is taking the residents into account, flipping that use back into a conforming use type, being the residential. Like I noted, this board obviously has more experience with these types of applications than the public does, I would presume, seeing that this is the volunteer board. We know what the process of variances entail. If this gets denied, as I stated, I know the public thinks that, or I'm sorry, I know that the public is expressing a desire to have some lesser number of units. But to this point, my role as a planner is to bring that from the arbitrary to the actual realistic development potential of the lot. It's really not conducive to throw out a number, let's do 4. If we did 4, we wouldn't be required to have an affordable unit. So if the concern is affordability, I think this is the best project that we can provide for this particular property. If the concern is the aesthetic of the development, again, we have to look at the history of this property being a garden center that's been vacant for several years. Again, bringing that back to a residential productive use that's more compatible with the area, more compatible with other multifamily on similarly oversized lots in the immediate area. I think really and respectfully, I think that this application is respecting the neighborhood's concerns. And I know that numbers have been thrown around. How about we do this amount of units? Really, again, my job is to bring that from the arbitrary to the feasible, tying that into what is permitted in the zone. You could end up with 6 homes on this property. You could end up with even more dwelling units when you take into account the permitted aspect of accessory dwelling units. You could end up with upwards of 12 units on this property. Really, like I said, the intentions of my client in this case was never to maximize development potential. From the very beginning, he looked at what was previously approved and deemed appropriate, which was the 8 units. We reduced the project by 25% since the original application because of what the public's concerns were. We would like to provide the affordable component, and with this plan, we are allowed to provide that affordable component. So again, this board has seen many more applications than the public has. We're obviously more familiar with the process. I know it puts the board in an uncomfortable position. We're talking about a use variance. But again, we have to look at the alternatives, the realistic alternatives that may be worse, aesthetically, functionally, density-wise, safety-wise, and for all those reasons, again, respectfully, I think this is respecting the questions and concerns of the public.
Mr. Cruz?
Good evening, Mr. Flynn.
Good evening, how are you?
Good. I apologize for the line of questioning in advance. Bifurcated, that was one of my SAT words. So you're mentioning you're doing a bifurcated application. What is a bifurcated application?
I should be asking you if it was on your SAT.
A bifurcated application means we're separating, we're putting it into two.
Okay.
That we are asking for the use relief tonight, and if we do get that relief, then we have to come back for the site plan approval. And the reason for that is because there's so much engineering involved.
Certainly.
that Once we know that we do have approval, if we do in fact, get approval, then we can go ahead and get the engineering, and then you would have to approve the site plan as well. Now, we have presented we have made representations of what
Certainly.
we will build, the name will hold. It's just a matter of technical engineering.
So tonight, you're asking for relief from use, not from bulk.
Well, there's two bulk variances as well. And as Mr. Sullivan had asked earlier, yes, we are seeking relief for the setback. The setback. I'm sorry. We are seeking relief for the setback and for the impervious coverage. So
Okay.
now you heard Mr. Flynn testify that in many instances, those variances are subsumed into the use variance, meaning once you say the use is okay, then you are taking those other things into account and saying they're okay too.
Okay.
Right.
So in hypothetically, like approving the use variance tonight, that would also be approving the setback variances and any bulk variances, or would any future bulk variances be requested at that time?
If we need future bulk variances, then we would have to request them.
Okay.
Okay, so tonight is for the variances that are on the table.
Okay.
For instance, I hope this doesn't happen, but let's suppose we do the site plan and you ultimately object, someone ultimately says, no, I'm not going to approve the site plan, I don't like where the driveway is, and we have to move the driveway, then we have to seek approval for moving
Okay.
the driveway as well for the setback.
Okay, so I just wanted to make clear that for tonight, we're just voting on the use,
Yes,
the number of units,
correct.
and the setbacks.
Right, and the size of the units as well. You're voting
Okay.
on the plan as presented.
Right.
Without the technical engineering,
Okay.
essentially.
Right, so, I mean, so we're voting on the plan for everything that has been presented so far?
Correct.
That would be fair to say?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, good. So then, my next question would be then, Mr. Flynn, you mentioned the word subdivision. Is there an intention to subdivide the lots into 6 lots?
No.
Okay.
There's
so-
not.
So it's just you're just going to use the one lot to build the 6 townhouses with the setback variances?
Not townhouse.
Oh, multifamily dwelling units.
No, not that either.
I'm going to say 6 dwelling units.
With Mr. Sullivan, now might be a good time. We're going to have to amend our request for relief. We're going to have more than one principal structure on one lot. And essentially, that would be the variances that we would be seeking.
All right, well, to the extent that's necessary, the board will take notice of
Right,
that. But let me just go back also to what Mr. Cruz was asking. So this bifurcated process is authorized by the municipal land use law. The applicant can elect to do this,
Certainly.
which they've done. One of the things the board should keep in mind that if this application was approved, the bifurcated portion, it would be subject to site plan approval. When the board reviews site plan, the negative criteria are still applicable. In
Okay.
order to approve the site plan, the board must find that there's not substantial detriment to the public good, that's the impact on area properties,
Right.
and would not substantially impair the intent and purpose of the zone plan and zoning ordinance.
Okay. So then, my next question was just a reclarification of the applicant decided that they wanted to do 6 units instead of 4. I understand currently that the idea behind that was that to include the affordable unit, that would be a benefit to the town, ergo the 6th unit offsets the cost of the 5th unit. Was that the general intention of putting the affordable unit, or was there a reason to have 4 units instead of 6?
Is there, you mean a reason to have 6 instead of 4?
If there was a reason to have 4 instead of 6, to just forego the affordable unit and just have 4 units.
Oh. Yeah, no, the intention of the applicant is certainly to provide that affordable unit. There is obviously the financial feasibility aspect
Sure.
that we have to consider. Once we get to those low numbers, it might not make financial sense to include an affordable unit, and of course, it's not required at that point either, so just to be realistic.
Certainly.
And Mr. Cruz, if I could add, there's also in your ordinances 347-156, not only does the developer have to build an affordable unit, because there's an odd number, that it's not divisible by 5, the developer also has to make a substantial contribution to the township's affordable housing trust fund. So it's an affordable unit, a 3-bedroom, low income. There's 3 levels of income with affordable housing. This is the lowest level of income, yet there will be a 3-bedroom.
Okay.
Plus a substantial contribution for the 1/5
Right.
unit.
Now, when it comes to the side yard setback relief that you're looking for.
Front setback, sorry.
Oh, just the front setback.
Yeah, I think technically we
rid of the
don't
side.
have
Right.
well, it's front setback relief that we're
Right.
requesting.
Just on Orange Road,
So currently now, in this iteration of the application, you're just looking for the front yard setback relief. You're no longer looking for the side yard
we
setback
moved the
relief.
driveway. We moved the driveway easterly. So on Pleasant Way to the west, there's no longer a violation of the setback.
Okay.
We moved the driveway at the board's request.
Okay, so right now, you're just looking for the front yard relief and the,
Correct.
I'm sorry, not the building height relief,
Impervious.
the impervious coverage relief, okay. So,
Is it impervious or building? I'm sorry.
No, building was good.
I hope it's impervious.
It is impervious. Yeah.
Building coverage.
Yeah. It was highlighted.
So,
Oh, okay.
so then upon reviewing the master plan, where it says that it's not specifying any changes to land use, bulk, or density in R1 zones, it also has like a hierarchy of like priorities. And so to read in sequential order, and then follow up with a question,
Bruce, can you identify which section you're reading from?
1.5 and then 14 to 12. So 14 is encourage the creation of affordable housing units while increasing the total supply. 13 is enable a continued diversity of housing types and values throughout Montclair. And then 12 is promote and protect existing residential character and form in established neighborhoods. So I would ask you, as in your profession, when it comes to those 3 objectives that I mentioned, what your interpretation is with the points that benefit your applicant and the points that might not.
I would say we substantially further all of those points, especially when considering the fact that an as-of-right alternative may not. So again, despite the fact that we're requesting use relief, it does allow us to I think, meet all of those objectives.
I'm not necessarily disagreeable to the use. I'm disagreeable to the density, and I think that given the historic nature of the neighborhood, that whilst there was a pre-existing use for this specific lot, the fact that it was a R1 designated zone, and in the larger history of the neighborhood, that the integrity of the R1 zone needs to be maintained. And that priority would be higher than a diversity of housing types. And so whilst I can agree that townhouses, in contrast to maybe like tiny homes or something like that, are a way of a developmental future as the city meets the suburbs, I don't agree that the density is in compliance with an R1 neighborhood, even if it is on the border of East Orange across from a cemetery.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
My response to that, again, would be that the typical lot size in the area is about that 4,000 square foot lot area. On this particular block, we have lots that are as small as 3,000 square feet. So if you were trying to be as compatible as possible from a
Right.
density standpoint, I think you could end up with the same, if not greater number of dwelling units. So in that regard, I respectfully disagree with your analysis
Sure.
of that for that reason.
Sure. Is the lot, is, like, if you were to try to subdivide that into 6 lots, would you be able to do that, or? With the current zoning?
Theoretically, yes.
We would not need a use variance, correct?
Okay. Would you need to have a rezoning of the R1 lots if you wanted to do that?
No.
Okay. And then I guess I got 2 more questions.
I brought it.
I just wanted to clarify for the record that at this time, the applicant is not seeking a building height variance,
Correct.
neither for stories nor for feet.
Correct. That's something that we actually revised due to the interactive process with the board and the public. It was a variance. It's no longer
Okay.
one.
Now, I need to engage in this hypothetical for a moment, but because this is a bifurcated application now, if at a future point you did require a building height variance, it would be within the purview of this board to deny the application.
Absolutely.
Okay, no further questions.
Mr. Simon?
Good evening.
Good evening.
You make multiple references to the other multifamily units on the block, but in previous testimony, you said you used tax maps to determine those units, right?
Tax records.
Tax records,
Correct.
all right.
Yes.
So have you physically seen those buildings you're referencing?
The insides of them,
No,
or?
externally?
Yes,
You have driven down the streets?
I have.
And you, in your opinion, those are in line with the project that's being proposed now as a multifamily unit?
In what manner are you?
That they look like single-family homes? Because the buildings that you used as a reference look like single-family homes.
Yeah, some of them, correct. However, there are much larger.
I'm not talking about the huge apartment complex.
Sure.
It's specifically, excuse me.
I know what you're
Okay.
referencing.
So do you feel like the project is in line with those other multifamily properties?
Well, if you'll recall from the original application, one of the comments from either the board or the public was the architecture, the aesthetic quality of it. And since then, we actually, if you were to go back to the original architecture, we have made it much more
Yes.
traditional
Yeah.
looking.
But even from a size standpoint?
Oh, yes, yeah. I think we can't really separate the size from the size of the lot itself either.
Okay. Excuse me. You said that if the lot was subdivided to 6 units, it would be approximately 4,000 square feet. And how did that compare to neighboring lots? You said
It was
the-
substantially similar.
So in previous sessions, it was said that there used to be 4 single-family homes on that property. I think it was referred to 1947.
It was, I don't know.
Okay. I'm not, I don't have evidence of that. I'm not sure if that was a subdivision plan or if that was an actual
No,
development.
so the.
I just don't know. It might have been.
All right,
I don't
I'm
know.
just saying.
Yeah.
So if there were, well, can't answer the question then, because if there used to be single-family homes, I wanted to see how that compared, what were the lot sizes, but that was never investigated.
Of 4.
Of the 4 single-family
Right,
homes that
so-
existed.
The way that I was doing it was just math. I was just
I understood.
dividing.
I'm saying, but no one
Yeah.
compared the 1940 single-family home status, the lot size.
Correct. Yeah. However, again, we really need to keep in the back of our minds, I think, the fact that you could, as of right, even if you did subdivide it into 4, you could, as of right, get an accessory dwelling unit on each of those properties,
Well,
bringing the total back up to
I asked
8.
the question to see how in line this project is with the neighborhood,
Correct.
right? So
Understood.
whatever the latest use was, and we're trying to revert back to residential use, you know, it's a reference point. So that's why I asked the question. You made a statement when my colleague asked about using it as a cul-de-sac, that the lot was not large enough to accommodate as single-family units in a cul-de-sac, yet you're proposing the same number of structures in a cul-de-sac fashion. So how do you reconcile that discrepancy?
Well, there are, the residential site improvement standards have specific requirements for roadways such as that. I'm not an engineer, I can't necessarily speak to what those requirements are. So,
Mr. Simon, I can say under the RSIS, the cartway for the street and the cul-de-sac would be much larger. Again, I'm not an engineer, but would be much larger than the entranceway here. Like you couldn't have a, I'm not sure what our entranceway calls for, but under the RSIS, it would have to be much larger. There would be more pavement, et cetera.
So the requirements are different.
Absolutely.
All right, so, but if the requirements were different, then you could theoretically come here for a variance for the larger requirement.
I suppose. I mean, that was never considered.
Okay. Another question I have, there are multiple references to this project being an end cap to the neighborhood, or even a block. Why should the end corner lot be treated any different than any other area of the neighborhood or the zone?
why should it be treated differently?
Yeah.
Well, I think Mr. Massera used the term end cap specifically, but my testimony, and I think that we're both kind of saying the same thing, just different terminology, is that this is a property that's along Orange Road. It's not these interior properties that are deeper into Pleasant Way or Ward Place, or back in the direction of Pleasant Avenue, which is the end of that block there. This is Orange Road. It's more trafficked for obvious reasons. Pleasant Way and Ward Place are not necessarily cut-throughs. You would really only be going there if you're going to one of those houses. Orange Road is a more major, a more significantly trafficked road. There are those other uses along Orange Road. So I think really the point here is that it fronts on Orange Road.
But as a general question, should these border properties, because we've had other applications which are on the edge of one zone or the other, bordering on the R1 or R0 zone, should they be treated different?
Well, that's...
And as a planner, asking your opinion, should those corner border properties be treated differently?
The answer is it depends on the situation, but in most cases, I would say that what you're referring to is if you're on the edge of a different zone, which is not the case with this property. But in those cases, we sometimes refer to them as transitional lots, in that they separate one zone from another. The most common example that I find is if you have a residential zone on one side and a commercial zone on another side, and on that property that's in the middle, you're proposing something that's like an apartment building or multifamily to sort of act as a buffer between these two zones. In other words, it's not necessarily great planning to have a single-family home next to a commercial property. So to have something that's still residential, but more massive.
But in this situation and in the other situations, which I'm thinking about, it was, I think, R1 versus R2. So you're still residential, but now you just have a multifamily house next to a single-family house in an R1 zone.
You're talking about our situation, right?
Well, yeah, this would fit in that situation as well.
Right.
So why should those, again, these borderline properties make a difference? Because again, you use the phrase, or the testimony was the end cap. So what makes this transition any different than anywhere else on the property, in the zone?
Again, the word end cap didn't come from me. That wasn't my testimony. That was
Okay.
counsel. Again, I'm not saying that this is necessarily a transitional lot. I'm saying that this lot is unique in that it does have frontage along Orange Road. It has it has 3 street frontages, and it has substantial lot size in comparison to the other homes. Those are some of the reasons why I believe this lot should be treated differently.
Okay, I have some traffic questions. I don't know, is it fair for the attorney?
I'm assuming he knows nothing of traffic.
No,
Hey.
but the attorney, so.
Well, ask and let him, if he knows.
So this is more, again, traffic related. So at the last few meetings, there were concerns about studies being, for the location being done for traffic during funerals or the after-school hours, which was a considerable concern of the testimony of the residents. To your knowledge, do you know if anyone has gone back and looked at that in the time since the last meeting?
Can you give me one
Sure,
second
sure.
to just... What I'm doing is let me just do this here.
I think it's fair to say, since we did not receive any updated traffic report and Mr.
Right, if the
Macera-
question was, have we looked further into it, the answer is, I'm not aware of that
and
study.
Mr. Macera indicated that Mr. Flynn is the only witness
Yeah.
tonight, that they have nothing in addition.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Mr. Griffith?
Like, how do you get into the cemetery?
My questions are, I think, pretty straightforward, and I apologize for not knowing the answers myself. In the upcoming site plan review, will we be able to look at the design and its response to the neighborhood with regard to the traditional appearance and comment on it?
Absolutely.
Okay. With regard to the site plan review, will we be able to look at the impervious coverage of the lot and question it at that time?
I don't believe so, because we're seeking that variance this evening.
I think if the board grants the variance as part of this bifurcated application, then they're entitled to that impervious coverage. If the board elected to defer that, okay, then that would still be an open item.
Okay.
I'm not suggesting that you defer that. I think the applicant's entitled to know whether their general development plan is going to be generally acceptable.
Mr. Griffith,
Understood.
I think, if we can have some dialogue on that. I am not adverse to deferring it, but I am afraid that we have made as much, I don't want to say concession, because that's not a fair word. I think the design is as limited as it can be with regard to impervious, while taking into account the desires, for setbacks and to change the configuration of the road. I mean, we'd be happy to change it, but I'm not sure that we can accommodate that request.
No, I understand. I do believe that you have made significant changes. I do think that you have made great head roads. It's a minor point, and I don't want to make it an issue.
Okay, thank you.
My last question is on the windows along the lot line, which is my own personal pet peeve. I want to make sure that we have the opportunity to look at those and understand where the windows are within the floor plans and on the building elevations.
Yes, that's part of the site plan, yes.
Okay, great. That's it. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
I have a few questions. I'm not quite sure where best to start on this. But how, have you looked at the unit sizes of the other houses, particularly on Ward and Pleasant Way, but you also refer to Orange Road, as to how the proposed unit sizes compare to what's existing?
I have looked at it. I don't have a formal analysis of that, but during the course of this process, I have looked at that. Yeah.
And How do these units compare to existing size of units in the neighborhood?
Well, there's a variety. One of the nice things about this neighborhood is that there is a nice variety of house sizes. Again, I don't have that analysis in front of me, but again, I think it's going to fit in with the variety that's out there.
So,
And again, I think it's important, when we're talking about unit sizes, when we talk about less and less units, the more we go down, conceivably the larger that the units become. If we're, just as an extreme example, if this were a single-family lot, we're talking about a rather large home that would comply with the zoning requirements. So I think it's important to keep that in mind as well.
okay, but we're talking about the character of the immediate area.
Agreed.
You know, and
Yes.
I don't think anyone is suggesting that a single-family home be built on this lot.
It was an extreme example,
Yeah.
but it just to make the point, yeah.
Okay. Now, with the reduction in the number of units, have these unit sizes gotten larger?
No.
Mr. Macera, if you want to be sworn in, we can do that. but
The answer is I don't
otherwise-
believe they have.
He can say, I don't know, if he doesn't know the answer. Okay, and in fact, two of the units have gotten smaller than what had been proposed, is that correct?
I'm going to have to check if you want to just give me a minute to look at that. So that's. Okay, so to answer your question, townhouses 1 and 6, the proposed square footage has gone down by approximately 500 square feet each.
And the other four have remained roughly the same size.
I believe so. Plus, obviously, we reduced 1 unit from the last hearing and then 2 from the beginning.
I'm talking about the sizes
yeah.
of the units that remain.
Yeah.
Okay, what percentage of the homes on Ward Place and Pleasant Way, just dealing with this side of Orange Road, would you say have lot size that is comparable to the 2,400 to 2,500 square feet of the 4 units?
By lot size, I think you...
I mean, by building
Okay.
size, I'm sorry, building
And you're
size.
talking about our block, if I'm...
Yes.
I'm getting that information now. I just wasn't prepared with it. So, in terms of the obviously, what you can see on our current plan is the two units that have 1,922 square feet. There's several properties that are similar to that on our block, just to name a few. I'm looking at some here that are 1996, 1936, 1936, 1840, 1836. There's several in that range. I'm also seeing some that are 2620. I'm seeing two of those. I'm seeing a 21. I'm seeing a 4760, actually. I'm seeing, again, over 2,000. So again, that's why I was saying there is a variety, not only in the area as a whole, but this block in particular.
But would it be fair to say that there are very few that are near the 2,400 to 2,500 of the 4 units?
I mean, we're talking about a lot that only has 18 lots. I'm sorry, we're talking about a block, I think I said that, a block that only has 18 lots, so proportionally.
Well, I'm doing both sides of Ward Place, and
Oh. The other side of Ward Place, I see, I would say again, there's several comparable building sizes. Again, on the corner of Ward and Orange, that multifamily building is 3,870 square
but
feet.
we're going to come back. I'll deal with that separately in a
Okay.
second. But
So-
the non-multifamily, I'm going to come back to the multifamily. Are there, what would you say is the percentage that are over 2,400 square feet or greater?
I just want to make sure I understand the scale of the area that you're asking about. You're talking about our block.
Both sides of Ward Place
And-
and Pleasant Way, from,
Do you want me to give you the actual percentage? Because that just would take a minute or two.
if
To
it'll only
calculate.
take a minute or
Okay.
two.
So the percentage of properties in that area that are larger than the proposed homes is about 12%. And I would just like to note that I think an important consideration of that analysis, it doesn't really tell the whole picture because our larger homes are fronting on Orange Place, whereas the smaller ones are interior. The homes that you're asking about are these interior homes, which are compatible. There's a much greater percentage of homes that are compatible with those smaller homes interior to the block. The homes you're talking about are fronting on Orange Road. I don't think that's necessarily an apples to apples comparison, frankly.
So you also used as a justification the various multifamily developments that are in the area. Did you look at the unit sizes of those?
No.
Okay, so why then should we use those non-conforming to justify these units at a size which my strong guess, looking at them as another board went out, do not have unit sizes anywhere comparable to these.
Well, we're not requesting a variance for unit size, so
I'm dealing with the impact on the neighborhood of suddenly changing the character of the area, whether you are changing the character of the area. That is what I am addressing.
yeah, and I think for that concern, we would look at the scale of the development as a whole, as opposed to each individual unit. And again, I think the analysis that you just walked me through actually bolsters our analysis in that those interior lots are actually quite compatible with the other interior lots away from Orange Road. From a scale perspective, our building coverage is compliant, so we're not talking about an excessively massive building. Our height is compliant, so we're not proposing something that is going to stand out as being too tall, too expansive. To the extent that we want to find something to say is different, sure, maybe we could start to look at the unit sizes of these other multifamily, but
Well, it's
aesthetically, we're talking about scale, I would think.
Okay, but you're using those multifamily as a justification, saying, go look, there are other non-conforming uses in the area. But in one sense, yes, they're multifamily, but in another sense, their unit sizes are much smaller. So I'm not sure how far it gets you to say there are non-conforming uses in the R1 zone, because that's pretty much true of virtually every R1 zone in town.
Again, I think it's somewhat of a mischaracterization of my argument in that I'm talking about the use itself as being multifamily, where there are other multifamily. Aesthetically, we're not going to see the interior of these homes. No one's going to walk by and look at this and say, the units in that multifamily building up the street are smaller. It's not going to be perceptible. We're going to see the scale of the building, which is consistent.
You're convincing me that those buildings are irrelevant to our analysis. The impervious coverage, the ordinance has a rather peculiar formula for determining what the requirement is for lots between 10,000 and 25,000 square feet. And probably you wish this was 25,000 square feet. So I'm assuming the calculations that are on the plan followed that. And what is the required impervious cover? What is the impervious cover limit?
Yeah, the requirement is 35.7%.
And what are you proposing?
53.62%.
And to go back to the plans show either side of the donut being 18 feet wide. I would be astonished if we did the single-lane cul-de-sac proposal that RSIS would require that be 36 feet wide. That would be contrary to my experience, and I've seen more subdivision plans than I want to deal with as to what would be that a 36-foot wide. So it would appear to me that it would in fact be possible to reduce impervious cover by a different design of the driveway. Do you agree with that?
Again, I don't know.
Okay.
But I would say that, if we're talking, hypotheticals like that, we have to, again, we're looking at negative criteria. What is the impact of this that's going to be mitigated as a result of doing what is being suggested with the cul-de-sac? If you're talking about the same number of units, you're talking about the same coverage, potentially, I'm not sure what we're solving by doing that, other than saying, okay, we no longer have a use variance. But other than that, aesthetically and functionally, we'd be talking about the same thing. But again, that's a hypothetical plan. I can't really speak to it. All I can say is that the board has this plan in front of them.
Right, but you're asking us to grant a variance tonight from the impervious cover requirement, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I think that's something we're...
Mr. Chairman,
This is specifically the issue that I was interested in.
Mr. Chairman, we could, if,
Wide lanes on the cul-de-sac are way too wide.
Sorry, I apologize. This is specifically the issue that I was interested in. I think you've done a great job overall. I think you've made huge headroads. I acknowledge and respect that. But the 18-foot wide lanes on the cul-de-sac inside, I think are excessive, and, you know, I think it could be improved. You ask what's the downside to it? The more runoff you have on the site, the more water that could go to the neighbors and/or goes into the stormwater system. So that's the downside to it. We're trying to make it better.
And just to, okay. I was just going to clarify, when I was specifically inquiring about when I'm hearing about the cul-de-sac, originally that was in regards to a subdivision application with single family with a shared cul-de-sac. So my inquiry into what is the downside was not necessarily with reducing the width, because I'm not an engineer, but that's something that would apply to either situation. So I agree with you that with what you just said.
Thank you.
I'm not advocating one way or the other about the cul-de-sac, single-family approach. I'm merely saying I'm struggling mightily for our approving a variance
Mr. Chairman,
as proposed for the impervious cover.
we'd be happy to defer and have to redesign, defer the impervious coverage variance. I thought also, when we talked about a cul-de-sac, the only time it had come up prior to the chairman mentioning it was with regard to then single-family homes, a more traditional cul-de-sac that we're familiar with. But as far as changing the design here to a more cul-de-sac design, if that's something that can be accomplished, we certainly would look at that. And if it results in less impervious coverage, I think everybody would be happy.
Okay. You testified that there's this case law that says the bulk variances are subsumed, which I've always had some difficulty, but on the flip side of that, isn't it, that part of what we're looking at as to whether there's a justification for the use variance is what are the impacts, and don't the impacts include the bulk variances that are being requested?
I understand your point. If subsummation is a word, that is a legal point, technically, but I understand your point. To the extent that we are proposing this use, does it fit with the anticipated bulk regimen that is in the R1 zone? Again, in this case, we are talking about substantial conformance, in my opinion. The front setback situation is a hardship. Regardless of the use, I believe that is going to be a hardship. In terms of again, we eliminated the height, we eliminated the building coverage. We're not proposing a parking variance. Again, the front setback situation is a hardship, and I would say that despite that being a variance, they are substantial setbacks. If we were to look at the requirements for side setbacks, we'd only be looking at 6 feet. We have more than double that on all sides of our property. Specifically, in relation to the residential properties that we immediately abut, that is not a setback condition. Again, I think the building coverage compliance at around half of what is permitted is substantial. And in terms of the impervious, again, that's a requirement. The reason that we're talking about this being subsumed is because that's a requirement that applies to single-family homes, which has an aspect of usable outdoor space that comes along with single-family living. Townhouse developments, these are These are potential residents that are looking for something different. That requirement does not necessarily translate 100%. I know that technically we're not a townhouse anymore, I'll say, but again, we have to compare it to, I think, something comparable in terms of scale and functionality of what we're proposing. When you look at that townhouse requirement, I think the argument still stands that 65% is what would be required for townhouses. Again, noting that this is not technically a townhouse. Aesthetically, functionally.
Okay, just, in a single-family zone, what is the building coverage requirement?
Building coverage is 25% is the requirement, and we're proposing 14.9%.
I don't think that's correct.
That's what I have.
The plans say 22.87%.
I think that was a,
I mean, I didn't do the math, I believe the plans.
Your presentation, page 2, has the chart.
I know that there's been several iterations at this point, so I'm just trying to follow the,
Well, this is the current plan with 6 units,
okay.
2 single units on,
What is this then? This is it, right?
25 required.
And 14.9 proposed. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at existing conditions. I was misreading this. You're correct. Proposed is 22.8. I'm sorry.
just to make something clear, is it your understanding that this property has 3 front yards and 1 rear yard and no side yards if it's not being subdivided?
That is, I think, the stance of your planner, based on the read of the ordinance.
And
It's not really my call to make, is my point.
I thought you were testifying as a professional planner.
I am, however, I'm obligated to adhere to what your planner interprets the ordinance as. And that, I think, was the interpretation that was made, is that on
So
this lot, we do not have a rear yard. And that's the analysis that I went with.
This lot, you have a rear yard.
Yeah.
Did I switch it again? I'm sorry. So we don't have a side yard. We don't have a rear yard variance, but we do not have side yards. We have 3 front yards and a rear yard.
Okay, thank you.
No side yards.
Okay, and going back to the affordable unit, the requirement is that it be substantially similar in size and quality as the on-site market units, unless the board allows otherwise. And my understanding of where we are is the appropriate thing to look at is the 4 larger units, not the 1 other smaller unit. And you are requesting us to grant, I assume it's a variance, to allow the affordable unit to be one of the 2 smaller units. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I put in the...
And you presented
I presented
testimony. I
it,
just
yeah.
want to clarify what we're doing
Yeah,
and what relief
uh-huh.
you're requesting tonight.
Yeah, my testimony, like you said, was to the extent that that relief is necessary, I do think it's justified, but I guess that is the board's call to ultimately make, whether that constitutes a variance or not.
Okay. Any other questions from members of the board? Okay. Are there any members of the audience who have questions? And I am going to be exceedingly strict tonight about this is only questions, and however long the questions take, you're going to get another chance to come up and say, you love the development, you hate the development, and give the reasons, but this is, question, short question, not a 5-minute speech leading up to the question. Okay?
Would you state your name and address, please?
Janet Hubert, 5, is this on? 5 Ward Place, Montclair.
Ms. Hubert, I just want to make sure you're not represented by an attorney this evening? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to object just for the record.
Okay, let him state his objection.
I'm just going to object for the record of this Ms. Hubert asking questions on her own since she was represented by counsel and previously did not represent to the board, that she was represented by counsel and asked questions. Just for the record, and I'm done with
Okay.
that.
Would you like to see the email that I am no longer represented,
So,
sir?
Ms. Hubert, so we understand Mr. Belknight
Mr. Bucknight is no longer representing me until I need him again. You got a problem with that?
Okay, let me repeat what I said in the beginning, and I would suggest you not need him again, is you
No,
don't want to.
I am no longer
If the
representing
board
Mr. Harrison.
decides to deny it, I don't think you want us to put that in jeopardy by allowing you to testify.
I am no longer represented by Mr. Bucknight
Okay,
as of 3 weeks ago.
okay. Proceed to ask your questions.
You talked about the care and attention of the property by the present owner. Are you aware of the care in the property that has existed since he bought the property?
Point of clarification, my testimony was the care and attention of the architect in creating his plans.
I would like to ask the board, since you keep saying we don't have an engineer present, I do have an engineer present who would like to ask, as my expert witness, would like to present his questions about the planning and the engineering
Okay.
issues.
Okay.
Is that possible?
Okay, he has to come up on his own because you're not an attorney. We are not doing engineering, we're not doing stormwater. If he has questions related to
He does, to planning.
the planning
yes.
testimony, he can certainly ask those questions.
And since I'm not an attorney, I would ask that the board swear him in if that's possible. That is supposedly
No,
possible.
Yes. We're only doing questions now. If
Yes,
he, when we
they're
get to
questions.
testimony, wants to testify, he can do that. And again, because we're doing a bifurcated, we're not going to hear, this is the worst stormwater plan I've ever seen in my life. We are going to hear, anything related to whether we should or should not grant the use variance.
Yeah, but when he's asking questions, it's not necessary that he be sworn in.
Right.
At such time that he provides testimony, he would then be sworn in.
May I ask a question to the planning gentleman? You talked about 8 units were approved. Those 8 units were approved without a public, with nobody here to question them. Can I ask you?
I want the record to be clear. That application was advertised, we had a hearing, anyone who wanted to could come and testify. We had 2 hearings on that application before we voted on it. They were advertised pursuant to the municipal land use law. I don't remember how many people were here, but they were fully advertised. And they were open public meetings that anyone who wanted to can and do it. And since it took 2 meetings, my guess is there were public here.
Okay, you talked about the demand and the supply does not designate the price. You said that this one affordable unit, and you also said that it's not possible to put 4 single-family homes on that lot. May I present a rendering, since their renderings were presented, a rendering?
You can.
May I do that? Because
You can do that if you can ask him questions about it, but to present it, you have to do it as part of
And
your
just
testimony.
as another point of clarification, I didn't say that 4 single-family wouldn't be possible.
did you ever consider it? Did your applicant, Mr. Kelpner ever consider
Well, the problem-
that since there were 5 there in 1947, there were 5. One of them was subdivided to create 8 Ward Place, but there were 5, there were 4.
Understood. So the problem with reasonably proposing 4 units from a feasibility standpoint, number 1, the affordable unit would no longer be required, and number 2, it would no longer be financially feasible for that affordable to be proposed either. So really, it is, if we were to go down to 4 hypothetically, we would lose the affordable.
May I ask you, were you a part of the UNB project in Miami-Dade?
No.
Are you aware of the expertise of this so-called applicant?
No.
Okay, but you talked about the expertise of the applicant, your employer who employed you.
No,
You talked about the professionals. I'd like to know who those professionals you're referring to.
When I was referring to certain members of the team, I was really referring to the architect.
Okay,
I think that was the only person I referenced.
okay. And the architect is no longer here, so we can't ask questions about anything that concerns the architect, correct?
I believe we did that at the last meeting.
Yes, we did, but I was not.
I think the most efficient thing is ask the question, and if it's beyond his scope, he'll say, I don't know, that's not appropriate for me, and
All right, I will do that. Will you tell us the difference between use application and site application? Because is it my understanding, tell me if I'm wrong, that use means you're in. It's like baking a cake and saying, we're baking a cake, we're not going to include the eggs, nor the yeast or anything that makes the cake rise. Once you're in, you're in. Is this a way to divide and get in and then, without an engineer's report, do what you wish? Is that what use is versus site?
I think Mr. Masaryk explained the difference already, and I'm not going to contradict anything he said.
All right. I'm gonna end with that, since my planner
Thank you.
is running to the restroom. Thank you.
And are there any other members of the audience who have questions?
Would you state your name and
Yes.
address, please?
Yes, Bonnie Abrams Fogel, Montclair, New Jersey. At a previous meeting, and this is a question for you and for you, Mr. Anderson, information came out concerning certain findings about the developer in Miami by the 11th Judicial Court.
Mr.
And the
Chairman, is there a
response-
question? Is there a question involved?
Yes, there's a question.
Mr.
Let me
Chairman, this
speak.
is totally out of order for everybody to hear this.
No, it's not out of order. At that time, there was a response from Planner Talley that her staff or whatever had not investigated, that it's not what is done. And I want to know, is there any further information about the people that we entrust developing properties in our town to? Has anything transpired concerning this?
No, and it is not something that this board can consider in evaluating the application.
The application, I understand. So whose purview does this fall to? Would you know that?
No.
Who would consider?
The point is, it's not before this board, okay?
I understand that, but do you know what board or what entity in our town government oversees the integrity of the people who work here?
I'm not sure what the answer to that question is, but...
It's not our jurisdiction, and...
I understand that.
And I
So you
can't
don't have
tell
an
you-
answer?
No.
Okay. And please don't try to silence me, sir.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just, point to the board. I think there's in excess of 40 cases right now where the builder, K. Havanian, is being sued in the state of New Jersey. So I would like the board not to consider the fact that there are 2 lawsuits against this builder, one in Miami and one in New Jersey. All builders get sued, and I just would like to say that just to put some perspective onto
Okay,
this.
I have no idea why you said that. It is totally irrelevant to our life.
Yeah, well, I think...
I said it, Mr. Chairman, because I feel that it's relevant, because they are trying to attack.
And we are not going to allow a discussion of anything the developer has done anywhere else.
The board is not going to consider civil litigation involving this applicant.
Thank
It's
you.
not the proper
Mr.
forum, and I think we can move on. Who's next? Just state your name and address, please.
Sure. Greg Rapp, I work for Brightview Engineering.
Can you spell your last name?
Rapp, that's R-A-P-P.
And you work for whom?
Brightview Engineering.
And your business address?
70 South Orange Ave in Livingston, New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Rapp.
You provided testimony regarding, I guess, a comparison to the R3 zone for impervious coverage. Is that correct?
What I did was, to the chairman's point about the fact that our C variances are technically subsumed within the D1 use variance, the reason being that the C relief being requested is applicable to single-family, not the form of development that we're proposing, which is why I was looking to some other zones to get a better snapshot of what's appropriate for this type of development.
Okay, and what zone did you use to compare it to?
Well, I actually looked at several zones. The zoning ordinance actually nests, there's a sort of nesting that's going on, but I did look at the R3 zone, the OR3 zone, the R4 zone, the OR4 zone, and the C2 zone.
Okay, and what is the impervious coverage that's permitted, say, in the R3 zone or the R4 zone? I believe all of them refer back to the R3 zone when you do check it.
You mean R1?
They
refer
refer
back-
back to the R3 for townhouses. So you're making a comparison to townhouses. They refer back to the R3 zone. So what is that requirement for impervious coverage? You say that we would meet it with this development.
For other than townhouse? Is
For
that-
townhouse.
Oh, for town.
For townhouse.
In
yeah.
the R3 zone.
In the R3 zone.
65%.
Can you check that?
Yes. Okay. All right, so here, just so the board can follow along, section 347-57 is bulk requirements for the R3 zone. There's requirements for specific uses, so I'm scrolling, I'm going through. For townhouses, the following requirements shall apply. The maximum impervious surface coverage for townhouse projects shall be 50%.
So what you're saying that is if this project was within a townhouse zone, you would need a variance for impervious coverage.
I'm just trying to go back and see where I got that number from. If you could just bear with me.
Sure.
Okay, so the 65% relates to multifamily dwellings. That's what I was looking at. I misspoke and said townhouses, but for multifamily developments, the requirement would be 65% in the R3 zone. That's the
Okay,
actual.
and I believe by multifamily dwellings, they're talking about multifamily buildings. So something that has a larger building, with multiple units in it, single entrance. So that's my understanding of what a multifamily dwelling is. So for a townhouse, which is the most similar to what is being proposed, we would be over on impervious coverage. Is that correct?
Well, again, I think we were going to defer the impervious coverage variance. Council, is that?
Well, you could still answer the question to the extent you can.
Well, I'm sorry, what was the question?
So
We would be
if-
over in terms of the townhouse requirements.
Yep.
Yes.
Yes, you would.
Yes.
Okay. Another thing is, I know that there was a request that a dumpster area be added back to the site plan. Has any provision as far as impervious coverage been added for that?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay. I don't believe it's changed. The request hasn't changed since the last meeting. You also stated that the permitted density for townhouses is up to 12 units per acre for townhouses in certain zones. Can you double check that for me?
Okay, so principal permitted uses in the R3 zone. Townhouses at a maximum density of 10 units per acre or 12 units per acre if an existing building on the property is preserved and converted to residential use. So what I was referencing was there's a maximum density of 12 units per acre in the zone
Yeah,
for townhouses.
But that wouldn't apply to this development, would it? If it was in the R3 zone, it wouldn't apply to this development.
Well, the thing with that is, correct, technically it would not apply, but again, the intent of the ordinance here is if we have a non-residential use and we're converting it, there's an encouragement to provide for residential conversion, which the intent is obviously to achieve that by converting existing buildings. Here, I think the point is that the ordinance does not see 12 units as being totally inappropriate or out of scale. Otherwise, they wouldn't allow it at all.
Okay, but if you had to go by the ordinance and you're allowed to have 10 units per acre, that means for this site, you would only be allowed to have 5 units on this site. You're proposing 6. If it was in the R3 zone, you'd still be before the zoning board asking for a D5 variance in order to permit this use.
Well, the nice thing about the density we're proposing is it's right in the middle of that 10 and 12. We're proposing 11 units per acre. Again, I think meeting the intent to convert non-residential use to residential. And again, we're right in the middle of that. We're not proposing that full 12. And by the way, again, we wouldn't be even looking at the townhouse requirements per the chairman's comments. So that does leave us in a sort of gray area. But if we are going to look at some of the requirements in the R3 zone, in terms of multifamily dwellings, the maximum density would be 18 units per acre. So again, we're not in that zone. We're not requesting those variances. But when we look at multifamily development, such as what's being proposed, the density, I think, stacks up with what would be considered appropriate. Whether you look at townhouses or multifamily, I think this is an appropriate density. Notwithstanding the fact, again, that if you were to subdivide this lot and get compatible, appropriately sized lots at 4,000 square feet, compatible with the other lots in the immediate area, you would again end up with 6 lots. For all of those reasons, I think that the number we came up with being 6 is appropriate for many reasons.
Okay, but they still could be subdivided and you can get 5 single-family lots.
You could, and you could also get an accessory
four-
dwelling unit for each one as
And
well.
4 single-family lots.
Right, you could get
want
4
to get-
single-family homes that are much larger, which would not solve some of the concerns of the board and the public. Plus, you could actually end up with 8 units once you pursue that accessory dwelling unit ordinance. So again, we're right in the middle, I think, of the low end and the high end of what's feasible here.
Okay. Another question. You also provided testimony that the building height variance in stories and feet has been removed based on the current iteration of the plan. Has that been confirmed? Have you confirmed that the stories meets the
Yes.
definition for half-story? Can you read the definition of half-story?
I can, and just before I do, I will remind the board that this was part of an extensive conversation at the last hearing. I believe the architect was the one to walk the board through this. I can, Greg, do you have the section number for that?
It's more your testimony. I guess, my understanding is that they will have to, if we approve this variance, that they will have to demonstrate when they come in for site plan approval that they conform to the ordinance or request a variance at that time. And at that time, if they do request a variance, that would be part of our consideration as to whether they still meet the negative criteria. Again, all that assuming we approve a variance, but not given the height calculation is a function of the ground elevation. I'm not sure how we can make any kind of a determination tonight until we have the engineer here and discussing what grading is going on the property.
Yes, so we're going to wait for engineering testimony to happen before any decisions made on this application?
No.
Okay.
We are going to defer testimony that relates to engineering to the site plan application. If
Okay.
we get that far, I keep saying.
But and I just want to make sure that at least the members of the public are clear as to the intent of your question. I would defer to the board's planner, but based on just my recollection, the requirement is that the third story cannot be over 50% of the second story. And I'm just looking to the plan.
40%.
40%. And again, we did go through that and at the last meeting and modified accordingly.
Okay. The definition also, though, does state that the line of the roof can't be, or the limit of the roof can't be more than 3 feet above the wall underneath it. And I did want to point out that it is 3 feet on the front end. But
Mr. Chairman, is there a question, please?
Okay, but the back end is not less than 3 feet.
All right, Mr. Rapp, you've raised those issues. I think the chairman's indicated that as part of a site plan approval, if the use variance is granted and we get to site plan, those are fertile areas for discussion, and the applicant would have to prove compliance. And if you're here for that, you can also question those calculations.
Okay. My concern is that they presented elevations to this board, and we're granting them approval of those elevations.
Yeah, but we're not granting
No,
relief from
Okay.
the regulations.
Yeah.
All right, I was worried about the height
yeah.
as well, because the building.
They
height
are
is
going to have
greater
to
than-
show both in terms of the height and the number of
Yeah, the height
stories
is
that they
greater,
comply.
yep.
And
Okay. You also provided testimony that the building coverage is being reduced below the required amount. Was that double-checked? How is building coverage measured per code?
I mean, I'll just, I don't think I'll be able to answer your question fully. I can look at the definition, of course, but I'm not the engineer, so I won't be able to give you the breakdown exactly of this constitutes it here and et
Yep.
cetera.
Can I make a statement? The point I'm trying to get at through questions is that you're using the ground level to calculate building coverage, and the second level is larger than the first level. So I don't think it's accurately shown on the plans what the actual building coverage is. So I think it's going to bring you over the 25%. And that's all I have right now.
are there any other members of the public who have questions for this witness?
Would you state your name and address, please?
Sarah Avery, 25 Irving Street, Montclair. At the last hearing, I asked whether or not you know the size of the nearby single-family homes, and you stated that you didn't know. And then there was some discussion here this evening where you stated that 12% of the homes on Ward Place are as large as the proposed development. So since at the last meeting, you didn't know the size of the nearby single-family homes, I took it upon myself to do an analysis.
Okay, you're not going to be able to do that this time.
No, this is very quick. I'm just disputing, I'm not going to go through the whole analysis, I just
No,
want to dispute that he...
You're asking questions, you can come up later and present whatever evidence you
No,
want, but this is questions only.
Well, how did you come to the conclusion that 12% of the homes on Ward Place are as large as the proposed development? How did you do that?
Yeah, so I use a program that tracks data that's compiled in property record cards and then plots that data on a map.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
And it,
All right, so I guess I'll have to wait to the end, because
The end is
whatever...
going to be very soon.
Okay, good, great. How many of the non-conforming properties you identified are within the range for which notification is required?
Sorry, you're asking if, how many of the non-conforming properties are within the 200-foot ring of our property?
That's right. How many?
Well, just eyeballing it, I would probably say the one right across the street of Ward Place, as well as the properties that are catty corner. So that would be, as well as, yeah, so 390 Orange Road,
I mean, if
401
you
Orange
could
Road,
look at your list.
205 Orange Road.
Okay,
And just for
sorry,
the
go
record,
ahead.
he's referring
So-
to A11.
I am, yeah. So I would say 3.
3. Okay. How many non-conforming developments have been approved in the township of Montclair over the past 15 years?
I wouldn't know that. Perhaps the annual report could give you that information.
No, I know the answer.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to find out if you know the answer.
And he
I
said he
don't.
doesn't know.
Okay. All right, so I'll leave my final remarks for when we're done. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jeffrey Grayson, and I just have one
Mr.
question.
Grayson, your address, please.
14 Willowdale Avenue, Montclair. With regards to the affordable unit, I'm using the lowest price unit of the 6. Does the affordability of that unit fall within the median income of the current residents of the neighborhood? And if it doesn't, what residents are you referring to when you say that Montclair cannot remain static and meet the needs of its residents?
So your first question is, that is going to be geared towards low-income residents, and that's based on Montclair itself. The quote that you just gave back was from the master plan.
I understand that.
Oh, so what was your question regarding the master plan?
Does the affordability of those units fall within what the master plan, what you quoted as the master plan, saying Montclair can not remain static and meet the needs of its residents? What I'm trying to find out is if the affordability of this, if the most affordable of these units, does the median income of the current residents of the neighborhood meet the price of that unit? Are they able to afford that unit? And if they aren't, what residents are you referring to when you quote the master plan?
Well, again, the affordable unit is going to be for low income, not median income.
Yeah, but you weren't able to give us any numbers on
No,
that.
I can't. Those numbers are set by the town.
Yes, I mean, the town, the town ordinance requires where it's one unit be affordable to low, and it's basically following what the state requirements are as to what is low, which is between, if I'm not mistaken, 30 and 50% of the median income for the district, in which includes Montclair.
Okay.
So now, could you, other than nod?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay,
so-
that's my question. I just wanted to know if
they do not set.
If it fits the needs of the residents.
It does not, they do not set the limit. The township sets the limits between 30 and 50% of median income. And it is deed restricted in perpetuity to remain that way.
Thank you.
Good evening. William Scott, 23 Cedar Avenue. I'm also a member of the Montclair Housing Commission. You mentioned the organization Low Housing Coalition, and you stated they made a statement that the state of New Jersey, as well as other locations, are in need of housing. What type of housing are they specifying in that statement?
Well, a lot of it is in regards to, they use the word affordable in that, which again, we are providing an affordable unit. But again, they're saying that in general, the lack of housing to support the demand is driving prices higher. It's not specifically referring to the legal definition of affordable housing.
Basically, I think I read the same article. They're not referring to market rate housing, let's be clear. So the shortage is affordable housing.
I had a different take on it, but that's just my...
Well, that's why they call themselves the Low Housing Coalition. They're focused on getting more affordable housing.
That is the focus, clearly, but again, the lack of housing in general is also a contributor to the raising prices.
Okay. And not to go back and forth, but there isn't an issue with building market rate housing in Montclair.
I don't know.
Okay, I'll let you go on that one. Okay. Also, you mentioned the fact you're familiar with the inclusionary zoning ordinance for the Township of Montclair.
Somewhat.
If you built 5 units, what number of units would be designated for affordable unit?
It would still be 1.
Okay.
However, again, we get into that back and forth of what is feasible for the developer. There's obviously, like I keep saying, the board has this plan in front of them for 6 units. There's no promises that a plan will come back if this is denied for 5 plus an affordable. The reason I say that, again, it's not a threat. I'm just saying that it might make more sense for the developer to come back in with 4 market rates, and therefore this is an opportunity to get that affordable. There's no guarantee that we'll come back with 5 plus 1. Or, I'm sorry, 4 plus 1.
Okay, and with that, basically, if you did come back with 4 market rate units, you'd have to make a contribution to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund based on the pricing of those 4 units. So that could be $400,000, $500,000, $600,000.
I'm not that familiar with the ordinance to specifically say if that's correct.
Well, based on the appraised price and the average price of houses going up in Montclair, at the market rate, they're like $1.2 million.
Yeah, I know you're a realtor based on my,
No, I'm not a realtor.
Someone else was. Yeah, I personally don't know the answer to that.
Okay, well, just to help you out, I mean, you're in Montclair, so just to catch up on things here would be helpful to you, okay? And then one other question, well, I've got a couple more. When you mention the bedroom distribution, as I think it's really explained in the ordinance, say, for instance, if you built 100 units, and there are a variation of 1, 2, 3 bedroom studios or whatever the case is, the purpose of the bedroom distribution is for the developer to not come in and build the allotment for the affordable units, all 1-bedroom units or all studios. So that's the real purpose of the bedroom distribution, okay? And now whether you built 100 one-family houses, it applies to that as well. You couldn't build one-family houses with 1-bedroom units opposed to, 3-bedroom units. So that's just to get a better understanding of what the bedroom distribution is stated to do, okay? Because I think there was some grayness in what the real purpose of the bedroom distribution was. Okay, we'll move on at that point, okay? Are you aware of the vacant and abandoned number of units in the Township of Montclair?
I'm not.
Is this property on that list of vacant or abandoned properties?
It most likely is, seeing that it is a vacant property for some time.
Have you been notified that it's been on that list as vacant or abandoned?
No.
Okay, so you don't know if that classification exists for that property?
No, but I do know it's a vacant property.
Well, it's vacant, but you don't know if it's on the vacant property list?
I don't know.
Okay, all right, I just we need to be clear at this point. And there was one question, we'll go back a little bit further, that back in 1946, 47, and even up to 1957, that one piece of property basically did have 4 to 5 one-family houses on it. I mean, that was one of the questions that one of the members of the board came to. And my point would be, it was converted and moved to commercial. So if you really wanted to take a look at the history and the character of the neighborhood, it is an R1 zone with one-family houses.
And Mr. Scott, you have a question here?
Yes, I'm asking, is he aware of the history that goes further back to 19?
I think at a prior hearing, there was an exhibit that was introduced as marked as 01, which showed that 1947 tax map, which indicated 4 or 5, I can't remember, single-family homes on the property.
Okay.
Well, it indicated 5 lots.
Okay, 5
It didn't
lots.
say, that exhibit didn't say anything as to what was on the lots.
Okay. And if this goes a little bit further, we can find out what actually
You're
was on
asking
those.
questions.
Okay. If we had the opportunity, we could identify actually what was on those lots from a residential standpoint or commercial standpoint.
We may or may not, depends what information's available.
Okay. Okay, just one last question. On your exhibit, I believe it's A1.
A11, this one is A11.
A11, you list 382 Orange Road. Could you give me a little description of what that property is?
I'm just going to refer to my notes. According to my notes, that's a 4-unit lot on a 0.17 acre lot, which translates to approximately 23 units per acre. It's a small lot, so that drives the density up.
Exactly. Well, I'm the owner of that property.
Okay.
Okay. It's a 2-family house. The units are probably 3
Mr. Scott?
bedrooms. Well, are you aware of the interior of that property?
I'm not.
Okay. Because you indicated that your project has an average representing some of the properties in the neighborhood.
Well, I'm sorry, what's the question then? Does it represent an average?
Does it represent the average? You mentioned the average of the property. You have that listed on that, your exhibit. And what was the purpose of putting it on that exhibit at that point?
Okay, so Exhibit A11, the purpose of this was to show that even though we're in an R1 zone, and just by the way, all of these yellow properties are in the R1 zone, because we need a use variance, it's pertinent in every planning analysis that has a use variance. I look at the other uses that are in that zone. And so these are simply highlighting the properties that are developed with other than single-family uses.
Okay.
Just to make the point that even though we're in an R1 zone, there are several other uses that are similarly developed.
Okay. Are you familiar with the development of Hitchcock Place?
No.
Well, that makes it difficult to ask a follow-up question if you have no idea what Hitchcock Place is. Hitchcock Place is a development
Mr.
of about...
Scott, he indicated that he does not know the development of Hitchcock Place.
Okay. Okay, that's it for me. Thank you.
Any other members of the audience with questions for
And
this witness?
just to clarify, in regards to his testimony, the reason that I got 4 units was from the tax records. I just want to make that clear. I'm looking at it now.
Okay, come up.
Kevin Dawood, I mean, speaking about Hitchcock Place, I live
Sir,
on
could you
Hitchcock
give
Place.
us your address, please?
26 Hitchcock Place. Speaking of that, my question has to do, I want to follow up with Mr. McCulloch. He was talking about the common good. And I heard you speaking about, I've heard you speak about feasibility. So I'm trying to get an idea of what particular, it doesn't have to be in blood, but what's going to be the value that you're going to market the market of the price point of the market units?
Again, I answered this. I don't know that. I'm not the developer, So I don't have an answer.
Yeah, the reason why I'm asking because a price point that's really high is going to drive up the prices in the neighborhood.
Okay, you're only asking questions. He indicated he does not know how the units are going to be priced.
Okay. The only problem I see with that is that it can affect.
Questions, you can come up in, probably 10 minutes and give your commentary on the application.
Okay, no, I don't have a comment. I mean, I have a question. If you can answer, then that's what I mean. Is there any way that can be answered or at some particular point in this process?
No, the developer testified long ago, and that was the opportunity to ask him questions about that.
He testified to a particular price point?
I do not believe so, but that would have been the opportunity to ask him questions on that.
Okay, so just for clarification, so we, the public, will not be able to find out what the price point is for, a potential, because we're talking about feasibility. If it's not feasible to make the project, because the price is not going to yield something back for the cost, then it doesn't make sense. So the developer is not going into this without knowing.
But that, we cannot decide to approve or deny an application based on whether it's feasible for the developer or not. There's no way we can get involved in that.
That's not my question, sir. My question as a resident within that area, whose the value of his house is going to be affected by this particular project, I'm trying to find out what exactly will be the price point for a market unit, and because it's going to affect that. So I'm saying, if you're telling me that it wasn't mentioned, it'll never be mentioned, just make that clear.
My turn.
Yes, sir.
There was the opportunity to ask the developer those questions when he testified. Okay. 2, if we approve it, they will be coming back for site plan approval when you will again have an opportunity to question that in terms of what they're doing. At some point, it goes beyond what's relevant for us, but there are issues that relate to what we consider, but you had an opportunity, you will have another opportunity if we approve it. If we don't approve it, you'll never know, but not particularly relevant.
Yes, sir, but pardon me, I'm a little slow. Can you tell me precisely when I would be able to ask that question?
Okay. Forgetting the part that you don't have a time machine and you can't go back, if we approve the variance, they will have to come back in for site plan approval. They will have to give public notice of the hearing of that, and when that hearing occurs, I am sure the developer will testify, and you will have an opportunity to question him at that point.
Okay, thank you very much. Good night. Thank you.
Thanks.
Let people who haven't had a chance.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Johanna Coxeter. I live in the 4th Ward at 165 Lincoln Street. And this is a question about the greater good. Are you aware that the neighborhood got together and fought really hard to get single-family R1 zoning? This is what the neighborhood wants. Are you aware of that?
No.
Thank you.
William Scott, 23 Cedar Avenue. I'm not sure if this question has been answered. Based on the required lot width and depth in the R1 zone, what would be the number of one-family lots and one-family homes that could be built on that lot?
This isn't a perfectly square lot, so that's not the easiest calculation to come up with on the spot, to be totally honest. I'm going to see if I can answer it.
Mr. Chairman, just for interest of time, may I answer the question?
Well, I asked the question to the planner.
you want to be sworn in, but I
Again,
think that's
this
opening a
this
door
lot
that
doesn't
you
lend
don't want to
itself
open.
great to that analysis because there are a lot of slanted lines. But again, I would note that there is not a minimum required lot size in the zone. So again, my analysis was looking at, based on lot area alone, based on some of these other lot sizes I see, what would be compatible, not necessarily what could literally be accomplished engineering-wise, but that was the extent of how I looked at it.
So you're saying you don't believe there's a lot width and depth requirement to build a one-family house in that area?
No, there is.
And based on that lot, what would that be?
In the R1 zone, a lot width of 101 feet is required, a lot depth of 140 feet is required. But again, this is a difficult lot. It's not...
Let me ask the question differently. Is it fair to say to get even 4 lots, you would need some bulk variances in order to accommodate, given the the yard requirements?
I just have to look at the dimensions of the lot, so bear with me.
I think if you check the original planner's report, you would see the lot width and depth as it exists today.
Yeah, I am looking at that. Our frontage along Orange has 146 feet. We have 159 feet along Pleasant and 160 feet along Ward. So conceivably, I would have to kind of draw this out because this is not a perfect square, but it does seem like 4 lots could potentially be accommodated, maybe variance-free. I would say the 6 lots, again, they would be consistent. Many of these lots are actually substantially under those requirements. So if we're talking about compatibility, there are many lots that have widths of 50 feet.
We're not talking about current
Understood.
lots.
You would potentially need variance relief for a subdivision.
But if you did 4 units,
You may potentially also need variance relief. I don't know.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Rapp?
Hi, everyone. Greg Rapp. I spoke before. I forgot to ask one question. You testified earlier about the massing of the property and it fitting in with the character of the neighborhood. Does that apply to the massing along Orange Road?
Yes.
It does. Did you take into consideration the reduced setbacks on the side for the front yards and the 10-foot separation between the buildings and the building height?
Yes.
It doesn't seem to me like it fits in, but.
Well, again, we have 3 front setbacks that we need to meet. If you look at, I think every other property along Orange Road, at least as shown in Exhibit A11, these properties have side setbacks because they, at the most, they have 2 frontages. So therefore, the building-to-building separation and the setbacks to property lines, the requirements are greatly reduced for essentially every other lot that's in the immediate area.
Okay, are you basing it on what's out there or the zoning requirements for the lots?
Well, I'm basing it on both, but specifically the zoning, since I do have the hard numbers for that.
Okay. No further questions.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. We're opening up to the public for comments. And then,
Yes.
don't go away when you're done with that, because we'll start with you if...
Okay, I appreciate that. Okay, you seem to know a lot about what we want. Do you understand, could you please define historic for me. What do you deem historic? What is your definition in planning of what a historic neighborhood is?
Well, typically, a historic neighborhood has some intrinsic value to to an area in terms of the history of the area.
What is the history of the South End? Can you
I
tell
don't
me what
know.
that is? So, since you don't know what the history of the South End is, how in the world can you speak about the South End and what the South End needs and what the neighborhood needs? The history of the South End is very rich. It was the only place that black professionals and black people could
Okay.
afford to buy.
Keep
If he's
to the-
going to be a planner, and he's telling us what, I'm
Ask him
sorry.
a question. If he doesn't know, he doesn't know.
So
In
you-
roughly 30 seconds,
Got it.
you'll get a chance to make your statement.
I appreciate it. So you don't know the history of the South End. What kind of an authority are you to tell, what is your authority?
One question at a time.
Okay, you don't know the history of the South End, is that correct?
I do know the history of this particular lot.
A lot is not a neighborhood.
Well, it is
A lot.
very important when we're deliberating on applications, being that we are looking at an existing non-conforming vacant condition, long-standing for over 20 years. The history is very important in that regard because it has been exerting an influence on this area for a very long time.
Excuse me, correct yourself. I live across the street for 20 years from that very lot that is affecting people. It has affected me greatly. And speaking with the applicant who said, I'm going to leave it a wreck. I'm going to move my trucks in there. That'll really piss you all off. So there seems to me that you're working and saying you understand the history of the lot, but the lot is not the neighborhood. We are.
But don't
And
you-
maybe you should acquaint yourself a little bit more with the history of the lot. Yes, he has. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Okay, just.
Yes, I do.
Stop for 1 second. Are there any other members of the audience who have questions for this witness? Okay. Are there any members of the audience who have statements on the application? And Ms. Hubert, you have to be sworn in for this part.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
Yes, I do.
Just state your name and address.
Janet Hubert, 5 Ward Place, Montclair, New Jersey. Okay. I would like to present a rendering, if I may, that I had done by a concept artist in Los Angeles who creates worlds. And what he did with that rendering was he rendered 4 single-family homes. If someone is calling themselves a concept artist or the architect is showing us renderings, and he shows us renderings where there's just white people in the renderings and not our neighborhood, this concept artist did a rendering, and it's true to size of what 4 single-family homes would look like on Ward Place, as well as what 4 single-family homes would look like fronting Orange Road. May I present that rendering?
You may.
Thank you. Theo, could you please bring that up to me?
We'll mark this O2. Mr. Massaro, if you want to make any objections, let's first get it up here so we know what we're looking at.
This is a rendering.
And again, Ms. Hubert, who prepared this? Who is the individual who prepared this?
The gentleman's name is Alan Simmons. He's a concept artist out in Los Angeles. He renders video games, Batman movies. He creates worlds.
Could you spell his last name, please?
Simmons, Alan, Alan. If someone is going to do a rendering of a world that I'm supposed to live in, I would like to be able to imagine myself in that world. And your architect's world, I can't even imagine myself. It's shoddy, it's cheap, and it doesn't conform with anything in our neighborhood. So I would like to present the rendering of what fronting single-family homes, they could be multifamily homes, 2-family homes, of what it would look like. And what he does is I took a photograph on the corner of the lot. He simply wipes out everything and then creates true to size of what 2 single-family homes could be top to bottom, could be multifamily, could be owner-occupied, and they're beautiful. We want to see homes with front yards and gardens and not fences and steel. And I live in a ranch home across the street, and it's a tiny ranch home. And when you look at the POV of what he testified, it's huge compared to my little house. And I love my little house. This is a rendering of 4 single-family homes, all uniquely different, all different in character and look of what 4 or 5. One fronting Ward Place and the other one, and this would be Pleasant Way, 2 single-family homes, or 4 fronting Orange Road, having long backyards, long yards, fences in the middle, and true yards, and it is possible to do it. So, and I also have my civil engineer here to testify if that is possible.
So he'll start and we'll.
Okay. So I wanted to be able to tell you that.
Are you done?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Massaro, do you have questions?
Not for,
Okay.
No.
Do any members of the board have questions?
I do.
Okay. Mr. Simon?
Simon, can you, the bottom pictures are multifamily units?
They could be multifamily, where you divide first floor, second floor, depending on, when he does a rendering, it is simply a rendering of what it would look like with 2 single-family homes. They're quite large, so they could be side by side, so they could be income producing, or they could be single-family homes.
So.
They could be smaller, or they could be.
So my question is, what is your ultimate objection? Is it to the size of the project, the fact that it's a multi-unit, or just the aesthetic looks of the project?
My objection is that when people make a commitment to buy a home, they invest 30 years of their lives into that home. Condos are not forever. Also, he talked about older people moving into these condos with 3 stories. Nobody's my age is going to want to live in there. I've had 16 surgeries, and that little ranch house across the street has served me well because it is 1 level with just a basement.
I'm not trying to cut you off,
It's.
but is it the size? or
It is the
fact that it's
size,
multi-unit?
it is the mass, it is the look of it. It simply does not conform to our neighborhood. Every house is different, every house has a little front, a little yard, some flowers, and you're talking about, we also have an issue where you can only put a 4-foot fence across a frontal property. Where are those headlights going to go? They're going to shine straight into my house, straight into my living room, those 5 parking spaces that they have there.
Mr. Griffith?
I like the renderings.
Thank you.
They show some specific things that the development hasn't provided. One thing, they show front porches.
Okay.
And they show front yards.
Again, you're also just asking questions. We will get our turn to give our comments shortly.
Okay, I apologize. Was it your intent for the renderings to present porches and front yards?
It was my intention to create a world. I'm an artist. I'm an actress. I also do video games. I've done GTA 5. And I've also do animation. I have an animated project.
Right.
This concept artist created all my worlds inside that animation project. So, and then what they do is they take that and they animate it, or they put it into the world of, so that it's beautiful, so that you feel like you could actually live inside that world. I would like a development. Nobody wants to see something go in that lot besides me, because I'm right across the street from the ugly piece of crap. And he's talked about how, no one has broken into that property. No one has fallen into the hole. I've called on numerous occasions to ask them to please clean it up, to please close the hole, to no avail. So nobody wants something more there than I do, but it's got to be something that I can live with, that's not going to tower over my entire house. And that thing is huge. It's 3 stories high. It's taller than the trees.
Just to be clear, we can limit them to 2.5 stories, but they are entitled to 35 feet. And that's what they're showing, and there are potentially issues with that, but
Yes, but they're asking for an R3 variances where they could just simply
I'm
do,
only dealing with height.
Gotcha.
They're entitled to 35 feet without.
well, why can't they look more like homes instead of an
I-
albatross?
Okay, Mr. McCullough.
I just would like to know, Mr. Simmons, has he ever been to Montclair? Or did he?
Mr. Simmons does his research.
So.
Mr.
did he-
Simmons took a...
Let me finish my question.
I'm sorry, go
please.
ahead.
So my question was, has he ever been to Montclair? And then the second part of that is, did he do the renderings on the basis of the information that you provided? Or was that the collaboration of others who also fed information that he used to come up with the renderings?
He looked at properties in Montclair. He looked at homes in Montclair. He also did the rendering based on, like I said, I took a photograph of the lot. He simply cleared the lot off, all of the debris and trees and all of that. And those are actual renderings of the true to size. My engineer, civil engineer, has also done a rendering with those exact dimensions of 4 single-family homes on that lot. And they would be larger than what they're talking about doing with all of these buildings. It's so dense. There's no airspace. There's no yards. There's no frontage. It's just a big end cap. We don't need an end cap. And we're not an end cap. We're a neighborhood.
Are there any other members of the public with testimony? Come up.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do.
State your name and address.
Ariel Eckstedt, 316 Park Street. Great. First, Mr. Harrison, I want to thank you for standing up for the Woodman Field.
Okay, we're only
neighbors.
dealing with relevant
Okay, I just want to
issues.
say that because I just feel they've been terribly disrespected, and that's why I'm here
They're
tonight.
Irrelevant?
Because my friends in the surrounding area and I feel this plan lacks respect for the neighborhood and its residents. Spot zoning is problematic at any time because it gives one property owner a benefit that others are not receiving. And it would change the value of this plot of land without changing the value of the others. A spot zone here, at the very least, should require a rationale that benefits the public at large. And in listening to the previous meetings, I have seen no public benefit to the other residents in this ward or to the town. If you make this kind of significant land use change, what's to stop me from coming here and asking for a spot zone for my property on Park Street, north of Watchung Plaza in the first ward? I could put 2 townhouses on my property, also in an R1 zone, creating far more value. And the big difference is that I'm in the first ward, and this would not happen. Concerning the design itself, I am totally flummoxed. If this is the best design that you're seeing, I feel bad. I've driven up and down Orange Road by the property, as well as circled around Ward Place and Pleasant Way many times now to study the site, and as every concerned citizen who is here tonight knows, this site is in a historic Black neighborhood where many families have lived for multiple generations. The historic South End Business District is right up the street. Between redlining and gentrification, it is hard to find preserved neighborhoods of continuous Black ownership in the U.S., and we are lucky to have one in Montclair. Yet respect for this fact seems absent in this plan. My father is an architect who is the head of the urban design department at Columbia, as well as the creator of the master plan for Battery Park City and the Wharf in DC. And the very first thing he does when taking on a new project is to study the context of the place. Context research is a rudimentary first step in any design that will be built in an existing neighborhood. I can find no context in this design, no nod to what came before and why it is important. These look like AI-created townhouses that could be plopped down in Peoria, Illinois, or Vallejo, California. Lastly, the architect's rendering, and Ms. Hubert brought this up, but I felt the same shock looking at it, showed either a lack of knowledge of the neighborhood or a more insidious lack of care for the residents in the surrounding area. We are all facing the effects of accelerated gentrification. But imagine being confronted with an illustration of the townhouses with almost all white people in the rendering and the central focus being a young white family. It either says that the out-of-town developer doesn't know the demographics of the neighborhood, indicating poor research, or it says he knows and plans to sell these he knows who he plans to sell these townhouses to and doesn't care who lives there now. I am here in support of my friends who live in this R1 zone. Please reconsider the zoning change. Land use changes like this one establish precedent that often has a domino effect and will continue a pattern of harm to the 4th Ward and to our town at large. Thank you.
Come back.
Ma'am, I have two questions. I'm sorry, and I'm just confused. What does race have to do with this? I mean, I'm generally confused, and I have to ask the question. You bring up, do you want the neighborhood to be segregated? Is that what you're suggesting?
Okay.
It's a serious question.
Everyone has been very well behaved tonight, and you will continue to be well behaved, so we don't have to spend time with whatever. Just, Mr. Macera can ask questions. They may be good questions, bad questions, but he gets to ask them, and we don't need commentary from the audience. I would like to get home at some reasonable hour tonight, because I'll be out again tomorrow night. Was out last night, and not partying.
As a white person who does not live in the ward, I don't feel it is my place to answer that question per se. I think Ms. Grant already brought up the history of this part of town and how important it is to everyone in the town, not just people who live there. And if you're in real estate, then you know the history of race and real estate in this country, and how it has shaped our country and how it has shaped our town. So I don't know how you could ignore race when looking at a property in the 4th Ward.
Do you think that this development, if it were approved, would raise the home values in the 4th Ward or would lower the home values in the 4th Ward?
I'm sure it would raise the value of the homes in the 4th Ward, and it would push many people out who are currently there.
How would it push people out if they don't put their houses up for sale?
Taxes go way up. As the home values go up around you, all your taxes go up. People are being pushed out all across Montclair right now due to taxes.
Okay, thank you.
Any board members with questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do. My name is Bonnie Abrams-Fogel. I live on Forest Street in Montclair. I'm not nearly as knowledgeable and eloquent as Ariel's, but what I just wanted to say that because I'm very involved with trying to support the 4th Ward and things that have gone on with gentrification, the African-American population in the 4th Ward has actually declined by 1/3 in the last 15 or 18 years due to gentrification. There seems to be a phrase thrown around that there's a need for homes, and we need this in Montclair, and I'm just amazed at who does anyone think these properties are being designed for? At a meeting many months ago, we said, well, there are empty nesters. As Janet said, no empty nesters going into 3 stories. I mean, it took me a long time to get an apartment on a ground floor, knowing that my hips are going and my son is handicapped. So, older people don't want 3 stories. That's why they all go into the rock cliff, And young families, because I see lots and lots of them coming up, most of them from Brooklyn and some from Manhattan. Young families do not want to be in a side-by-side without yards. The thing when you have a family, I remember when I bought a house when I had my first baby, you want to have some private property. That's kind of the American dream. And I don't know. Does anybody imagine that the offspring and grandchildren of people in the Fourth Ward are going to be able to afford these properties? I mean, let's be real. We all look at what real estate goes for. These are not things that are going to sell for $500,000 or $600,000 if you look at what real estate goes for. So these properties are not being designed to help the Fourth Ward or Montclair at all, but to do part of this vision of making Montclair more into like Hoboken and making it a destination for Brooklyn where nobody could afford the rent. And I just don't see the value in how something designed like this is fulfilling needs of the people in the area. It does not make sense to me. Whereas, very honestly, single-family homes that may seem quite expensive might be something that people in Montclair could work their way up to. We do have a lot of people who make a good salary who are third and fourth generation here. But young people do not want to be in side-by-sides without yards.
Any questions?
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
Yes, sir. My name is Thomas White. I live 77 Pleasant Way. And the houses they talk about building, they're not for old peoples, because they had a meeting on about 2 months ago. I'm about 3 houses up from that building, and they had a realtor and everybody there, and they say that we talked to the realtor. The realtors say that those buildings are going for $1 million and up. They're not. They ain't no old person to buy that house. And I have an apartment building, but I bought 2 houses on the street that I live on, Pleasant Way, to get the quietness. And now you want to bring this there, and you don't know who's coming there? That's all I got to say.
Any questions?
Yeah, no old people coming there.
Okay, thank you. Any other members of the public?
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do.
Name and address?
Sarah Avery, 25 Irving Street in Montclair. Just to clarify, I was doing a little research today. There's a book about the history of Montclair, 1868 to 1993, and I'm going to quote from page 8. Blacks gravitated to the southeast section of Montclair not only because of the relatively cheap housing, but also because white owners and realtors refused to sell or rent them homes in any other neighborhood. I hope that answers your question. We know now that there are 3 non-conforming units within the range for which notification is required. Therefore, the testimony that relies upon the existence of other non-conforming buildings on Orange Road is irrelevant for consideration in granting variances for 400 Orange Road. The homes that are proposed are 70% larger. Sorry, am I boring you? The homes that are proposed are 70% larger than the average size of the single-family homes in the neighborhood. I went online and I typed into an Excel spreadsheet every house on Pleasant Way and Ward Place. And then I sorted them by square foot, the year built, and there are 32 in my sample. So when you cross Orange Road to the, to the west side, I only picked up the first 3 single-family homes, I think, 3 or 4 on either side. I could have gone farther down, but I didn't think it was necessary in order for me to come to a conclusion here. So these houses range, the one-family houses range in size from 864 square feet to 2,364 square feet. And there's 32 one-family homes in my sample. And so the average square feet of those homes is 1,412 square feet versus, the 2,500 square feet that they are proposing, which is 70% larger than the average one-family home in this neighborhood. Now, the even side of Ward Place, I determined were predominantly two-family homes, and there are 17 of those. And then there are only 3 non-conforming. The 2 that I have on my spreadsheet, one was built in 1886, and the other was built in 1925. So I don't think that any reliance on the existing non-conforming properties can be relied upon. At the last meeting, I listed 6 questions that the planner, well, it was the planner or the architect, could not answer. Number 1, the developer doesn't know the size of nearby single-family homes. Number 2, the developer doesn't know the proposed selling prices or costs or expected profit. 3, the developer doesn't know who their target buyer is. 4, the developer believes overdevelopment won't damage the fabric of the neighborhood despite concerns expressed by many of the neighbors. 5, the developer feels the use is appropriate, but they never considered what the residents want there. 6, the developer did not consider the impact of construction on the neighborhood. That's pretty much the substance of what I wanted to say. And in the past 15 years, there has not been a single non-conforming development approved in an R1 zone. So I don't think we need to set a precedent here tonight.
Any questions?
One question. What was the book that you quoted from?
It's Montclair, 1868 to 1993, and it's edited by Stephen J. Perillo and Carol Scantlebury.
You said spell the last name? Stephen J.
Oh, wait a minute. 8. Sorry. It looks like that quote came from YWCA Public Affairs Committee, 1964 Montclair Community Audit. Someone wrote a thesis in 1997 called Selling Integration. I guess I'm boring the applicant.
Okay.
Selling Integration, A History of the Magnet School System in Montclair, New Jersey, and it was written by Jane Carolyn Manners. She was a student at Harvard College. It's dated February 28, 1997, and that particular quote comes from her thesis. I haven't gone to the source documents yet.
Okay. Selling Integration, Jane Carolyn.
Yeah, and you can go to the local history office of the Montclair Library to read her thesis. It's really incredible.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I have some, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Yeah, how many, you mentioned two families. How many two families are on the southerly side of the road?
According to, well, no, I have on Ward, I have these in order by square foot. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
The southerly side of the road.
The east, I have it only on the even side. If the even side is the southerly side, what did I say?
7.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Look, I'm assuming they're two-family because of the, no, I looked them all up online. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I show 11 two-family homes on the even side of Ward Place. And the size of those two-family homes, the vast majority of them is less than the size of the one-family homes that they are proposing.
I think you misspoke. There are only 11 homes on the southern side.
All right, I may have, I typed this all in yesterday. I might have made a mistake here or there.
You do understand you testified under oath, correct?
I'm not applying for a development.
Okay. Ms. Avery, answer the question.
You understand that you testified under oath?
Oh, sue me.
Ms. Avery, answer the question. We're not getting in a debate with Mr. Macera.
Look,
And Mr.
all right.
Macera,
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I have 11 properties on Ward Place that appeared to me, based on my research, to be two-family homes. Okay? I didn't knock on their doors and go inside.
Are two-family homes permitted on Ward Place?
These homes were built in 1927, 1929, 1931, and I am not familiar with the zoning code that was in effect in the 1920s and 30s.
Are you familiar with the zoning code that's in effect now?
It's an R1 zone, but I understand that they do not tear down existing buildings that don't conform.
any other members of the public who wish to testify? Mr. Rapp.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do.
Name and address again, please.
Gregory Rapp, Brightview Engineering, 70 South Orange Avenue, in Livingston, New Jersey. I'm also a professional engineer.
And Mr. Rapp, you're licensed in the state of New Jersey, is that correct?
I am.
Your license is in good standing?
It is in good standing,
Okay,
yes.
proceed.
Okay. I have a few exhibits to present to the board.
Okay.
Mr. Rapp, you're going to have to approach the microphone, so.
Mr. Sullivan, I have a question as far as procedure. I would think that the applicant would put on its own case, like I'm not sure of Mr. Rapp is now testifying as an engineer and
Okay,
licensed engineer.
The minute he starts talking about engineering issues, we'll kick him in the shins.
If that's where you're going, Mr. Macera?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. I know that the application has been bifurcated, but when you're laying out a site like this, there's certain engineering items that need to be addressed and checked by an engineer just to show that the site works. This application originally was submitted as a major site plan. There have been multiple engineering reviews, including the latest one from November 4th of this year. They've failed to address any engineering comments to date, and some of them I consider major for site layout, safety purposes. They could greatly affect the layout of this property and what you could yield on this property.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to object.
On what grounds?
Well, I think the grounds Mr. Macera is objecting is the site plan is not before the board at the moment. Okay, and yes, there has to be a general layout, but Mr. Rapp, if you have some global issues you want to get to quickly, I think that's one thing, but we're not going to go through the engineer's memo and say whether or not they've been complied with. You understand what I'm saying?
I do. How about like the fire official? They had comments on a fire truck on this site. they're showing a number of
All
units.
those would be addressed as part of the site plan review. Okay, and again, as I said earlier, as part of the site plan review, the applicant still has to prove the negative criteria, that there would not be substantial detriment to the public good and would not substantially impair the intent and purpose of the zone plan. All that is fair game as part of the site plan.
Okay. Okay, then I'm going to move on to zoning. I could talk about zoning, is that correct?
Yes.
There are a few issues that I mentioned earlier when I was questioning the planner for the project. The first is building coverage. They have reported that they've removed the building coverage variance from this application, when in fact they're not using the largest floor plan on the site or what they're proposing. So there's a 3-foot overhang in the back of each of these buildings. With that, you're going to get a building coverage variance that is not being reported currently. Another thing that I'd like to point out is that I don't believe a survey was ever submitted, or there's not one on the municipal website for this project. Is that a survey? Okay. The one thing to note is that the architectural plans report a lot area that is inconsistent with the engineering plans that were originally submitted for the project. So the engineering plans, which reference a survey, have a lot area that's approximately 80 square feet less than what the architectural plans are showing. That'll impact coverage variances. I guess that will come with the site plan. Another thing I'd like to note is that the front yard setback being shown is to the main part of the building. It doesn't include a bump out in the front. So you're going to have a little bit less of a front yard setback than what is being reported. If I can't go on to any engineering matters, I guess the last thing I have is I prepared an exhibit that shows how single-family homes could fit on this lot. And that I will pull up right now.
All right, Mr. Rapp, we're going to mark this as 03, and this was prepared by you, I presume?
Yep, my company, Brightview Engineering.
And what is the date on this exhibit?
Today's date, 12/18/2024.
And is there a title on it?
It is Single Family Lots Exhibit. What? Okay. What was that exhibit number?
03.
Okay. So essentially what I'm showing is that okay, so what this essentially shows is that this property, which initially testimony was provided that it's an oddly shaped property, it couldn't fit single-family homes. That's the reason I prepared this exhibit. What I'm showing here is that it can easily house 4 single-family homes with a 1,000 square foot footprint house on each lot that fits within the setbacks. All of the lot sizes are equivalent to the adjoining houses. If they wanted to push the limit, you can fit a 5th lot on this property if needed, or if desired. Any questions?
Yeah, on Orange Road, what's the side setbacks of the two?
So there's
on Orange Road? Between
so
the two
there's
houses?
6 feet and 6 feet to the setback lines.
I think 6 and 10, okay. All right, yeah.
You're probably close to 20 feet between the two buildings.
And what's the frontage of those lots? Split down the middle of what it is? Okay.
It's split down the middle.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly. I know it's
Okay, no worries, I have it. Thank
It's
you.
very equivalent to the lots. Like if you look at the adjoining properties, lot 12 is 5,050 square feet. Every single lot here, the smallest one is 5,155 square feet. All of these lots, except for lot 15, which is a double lot, are around or a little bit shy of 5,000 square feet. So it definitely fits in with the character of the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
When this property had single-family homes back in the 40s, was it divided the same way?
I cannot answer that question. I did not compare it to the previous plans. I'm pretty sure it was equivalent because the lot lines were running that way, but I don't know the answer to that.
Mr. Chairman, just a clarification, I think that we had said we're not sure whether there were homes on this property or not. There were 5 lots, but I think you, Mr. Chairman, had said you weren't sure whether there were homes.
All I said was the exhibit that was presented shows lots, does not, it's not an exhibit that has houses on it one way or not.
Right, okay.
And it shows 5 lots, and
I have questions, Mr. Chairman, of the witness.
Sure. I do have something else I
Oh,
want
I'm
to bring
sorry.
up. There's another exhibit. I don't know if you want to question this exhibit right now, if that's
no,
allowed.
why don't you finish and...
Sure. There was testimony that was used to compare this development to a development in the R3 zone. So my next exhibit, which I will mark.
Okay, so we're going to mark that as 04, but Mr. Rapp, let's start with, is there a title on that exhibit?
Yep.
And what is it?
It is an R3 zoning comparison. So what this does
Hold on.
is...
Okay, and does that also have today's date on it?
Yep, it's today's date.
And it was
12/18.
prepared by your office?
It was, yes.
Okay. That's 04.
Yep. So this exhibit compares the development, or it analyzes development to the requirements of the R3 zone. And as can be seen on this, what's highlighted in yellow are the variances that would be required if this was put into a zone that allows townhouses. There are four zones in Montclair that allows townhouses, and they all refer back to the R3 zone for zoning requirements. So right off the bat, you see that density here would exceed what is permitted in that zone. So if somebody came forward with this development in the R3 zone, they still have to come before this board, and they still have to request a slew of variances for what is currently shown on the site plans. Any questions?
I'm sticking with, I don't care what's going on in the townhouse zones.
Okay.
From either of the witnesses.
Okay, I have a question on that.
Yes.
Sure.
Are you done?
I have one more.
Okay, let's.
Okay. Yep. There we go. So there was also testimony regarding massing. And the one thing that I wanted to point out is that.
Okay, this is going to be 05. Is there a title on that, Mr. Rapp?
Yes, this is a Sightline Exhibit 1. It has today's date, and it was prepared by my office, Brightview Engineering. What this exhibit shows is, in yellow, it shows the proposed townhouse off of Ward Place. In yellow, at the elevation, it is being proposed based on the previous engineering plans. If you were to take an outline of the same building and move it back to the permitted setback and put it at a conforming height on that lot, you would see a house that looks like the black outline on this plan. For a person on the other side of Ward Place, on Janet's side, 5 feet high, if they were looking at the proposed building at the main roof line, if you were to project that back to where a conforming building would be sitting, that house appears to be about 6 feet higher than what is permitted by code. So you're looking at a house, because it's so close to the front property line at 15 feet, you're looking at a house that looks like it's 41.1 feet tall when comparing it to a conforming dwelling. Same thing, there's a dormer on the front. If you were to compare the dormer appears to be 38.6 feet when compared to what it would look like at the correct setback and at the correct elevation of the ground to get a 35-foot building height. I don't know if you understand this.
Do you have anything further?
Nope, that's it.
Board members with any questions? Mr. Massaro, do you have any questions?
Yes. Mr. Rapp, if you could go back to 03.
Sure.
We're talking about the R3s.
Okay,
Sorry,
I don't know
the wrong one.
who's, can both Mr. Rapp and Mr. Massaro verify your mics are on? Okay. Mr. Rapp, is your mic on?
Hello? Yes. I don't think I'm talking close enough, sorry.
Okay, 03. Are you familiar with the Montclair Auxiliary Dwelling Unit Ordinance?
I am not.
Okay. If I told you that the auxiliary dwelling unit ordinance allows an auxiliary dwelling unit on each of those lots, how many residential units would you have if you put an auxiliary residential dwelling unit on each of those lots?
If you can put 2 in each unit, you'd have 8 units.
Thank you. Can we go to 04?
Sure.
Talking about the R3 zone, do you know how many two-family houses you can put on a 6,000 square foot lot in the R3 zone?
I do not. I haven't done that math.
Okay. If I told you the R3 zone allows a two-family house on a 6,000 square foot lot, how many two-family houses could you put on a 24 square foot lot, 24,000 square foot lot?
You can put 4 two-family houses.
How many total living units would that be?
That would be 8.
How many living units is the applicant proposing in our proposal?
They're proposing 6, but it's in the R1 zone.
Right. Well, you use R3 as a comparison, so.
So it allows the, what is it called? The auxiliary dwelling unit? ADUs, and my understanding is a lot of townships are passing ordinances for it, and it's more for their parents and families to move in and be living with them in separate quarters.
But that's not what the Montclair zoning ordinance provides. Oh, I'm sorry, you said you don't know it. Okay.
So, because it would be a two-family house, not an auxiliary dwelling unit
Well, you're
in the
allowed,
R1 zone.
you're allowed both, aren't you?
I believe the R1 just allows single family.
Okay. No, that's all right. That's all, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. That's all I have. Any more questions?
Any other members of the audience who have testimony concerning the application?
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
Yes.
State your name and address.
Leonard Rush, 15 Ward Place. I have to say first that this whole process has been an education for me, because most of the time, this is not something I would pay attention to, because life be lifing. People who understand what that means. You go about your daily day, and you're not necessarily paying attention to everything that's going on around you. But as I said, this has been an education. I've lived in Montclair since 1998. I've lived on Ward Place since 2006. And I just have to say that I have seen how Montclair has changed. In my personal opinion, I feel like sometimes at the south end is the soul of Montclair. You know, some of the things that, I mean, I could point to, like, say, the Montclair Jazz Festival, which jazz is the first American music born in the African American community. And now that music is played up and down Bloomfield Avenue each year. I think it celebrated its 15th anniversary, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not completely sure, but it's been going on for a long time. So when I point to that, I understand how much the community in the South End has helped to make Montclair what it is. And looking at what the developer has submitted for an application for approval right now, it's disappointing. It does not appear to take into account the community that it is being proposed in. The idea that they've reached out to some of the residents, but not all, is problematic to me. And I just have to say that this is not what we're looking for. I understand the problem of affordability in Montclair. I look at some of the Facebook groups that pop up, and people are looking for help, trying to find a way to be able to stay within the community. It's a real problem. I understand that whatever's decided, it's not going to address the idea of affordability in Montclair, regardless of one affordable unit. It's not going to address the need. But I will say that the immediate concern for me is that whatever is there, it should fit in to the culture of the immediate area, and the plan that's been presented does not. That's it for me.
Okay, any questions? Thank you. Anyone else with testimony?
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
Yes, I'm
Name?
Chantal Bolivar. I live 17 Ward Place in Montclair. So I just wanted to say that I personally feel that one of the reasons personally why I moved to Montclair is that you see all those beautiful streets, those beautiful home, big yard, and even though personally I'm originally from France, so I didn't know about the history of Montclair, but I was so happy to find a little house in the 4th Ward that I could afford and that had some type of privacy, a little yard. I could put a trampoline in the back for my daughter. And since then, I see new families coming in, and what makes this neighborhood so special is that that we have a little bit of space and we have a little bit of greenery. And these days, what makes something desirable is not a building or anything like that. If we move here, is for the home, is to feel that we are part of a community. We can say hi to your neighbor. We are outside, and I feel that this project doesn't really fit with this. It's going to bring a lot of traffic. It's not going to be. It's just going to change the essence of the neighborhood. And I feel that it's unfair just because it's in the South End and there is some room, so let's put a building there. I feel that it's inconsiderate to the neighborhood and not beneficial. That's what I want to say.
Any questions? Thank you.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
Yes, I do. James Dargan, 391 Orange Road. I'm asking the board to deny this project. I've lived right across the street for 44 years. I've seen it when it was a gas station to a nursery and now where it's at. I would love to see it develop, but I think you're going, to my opinion, it does not fit into the neighborhood. Where I live at, when I bought the house 44 years ago, I bought it as one family, finding out that the person had turned it into a two-family. I converted back to one family because they had a stove on a kitchen on the second floor. And I converted back to one family. My property is almost the size of the one you've got there now. It's a single house. My property is 175 by 125. I cover 4 houses on Ward's Place. 4 houses. So please, don't change the neighborhood.
Thank you. Okay, can we let everyone who hasn't testified?
Can I just say, because I'm getting sick. This whole thing is making me so ill, I cannot tell you. When I came into Montclair, I came here with nothing. Excuse me. Can I speak? Could you have a little respect?
I heard what you said. You said when I came
I
into
said,
Montclair.
could you please
You said when I came
be
into Montclair, I
respectful?
came in with
You are so
nothing.
disrespectful.
Okay, the only people who need to hear what you say are sitting up here. If they want
We
to
have
ignore-
sat here and watched this
I-
man just be so disrespectful, Mr. Harrison. Enough.
It's late. Say,
I came into this town broke, leaving Hollywood with no reputation, no home, no career, no family, nobody. I lost my home in Burbank to come here to find sanctuary. I did not come here to fight. I did not come here to go through this. I have high blood pressure. I've had 16 surgeries. I just want to live peacefully. I'm begging you to deny this because this is not what we need. This is not what I need. And so if we do this, if you do this, then we all can do it. Then I will move and I will sell my home to developers, and I would expect the same consideration of you letting me build 2 townhouses on my property. If we're going to do it for one, we have to do it for all. If you let in one roach, all the roaches come in. I'm just asking you, how would you like it if you were in our place and somebody's decided no one here has the right to tell me how to spend the rest of my years and who should be across the street from me and what should be across the street from me? You have not invested one dime into my home. None of you. None of you live in the neighborhood. You have no vested interest. I came here to just live the rest of my life in peace. They sell properties using my name, telling people who I am. People come past my home and yell at me, "Yo, Aunt Viv," okay? I just want privacy, and this will give me no privacy. I will move. I will have to move because I will not stay. I'm fighting for my home. This is a fight that I will not give up. And if you do approve this, I will simply file an injunction. We will go to court and we will fight it out. I am not going to lose my home to these people. And in Miami, they built nothing. Nothing was built.
okay, I don't care.
Nothing.
I don't care
Well,
what happened in Miami.
We need to know. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, but what happens in Miami has a lot to do with what happens here. I'm just saying, with all my heart, I did not come here to do battle with you. I live my life very privately, and I would expect the same. I'm just asking you for decency to listen to us who are telling you we do not want this. Do anything but this. This man is not honorable. That's all I have to say.
Did I swear you in before? Was it your first time?
I wasn't sworn in, I just said my
Okay, would you
name.
raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do.
Name and address, please.
Johanna Coxeter, Lincoln Street, 4th Ward, Montclair. I have a bad memory, so I have to read it. Since there have been no non-conforming uses granted in an R1 zone in 15 years, that means the non-conforming uses were grandfathered in. Since climate change is making storms more intense, don't you consider asking for more impervious coverage as irresponsible? Do you think the developer should be commended for reducing the buildings by 25% when the responsible thing to do is to build single-family homes? They say this plan would provide brand-new buildings on a derelict lot, but wouldn't that be true for 4 single-family homes as well? Have you looked at the charming old houses in the neighborhood? The architect's rendering shocked me. It is big, it is dark, it is foreboding, it does not fit in with the neighborhood. And if that was the improvement over the original one, scary. The fact that the property has not been residential is irrelevant. It needs to be turned into conforming single-family homes since that is the current zoning. Accessory dwelling units are not a big concern. Very few people are building them. Affordable housing is required on any development of 6 or more units. You're taking credit for that. The Township of Montclair should take credit for that. But 1 unit is very little. It does not outweigh my neighbor's hard fight to get single-family zoning. They've made it very clear this is what they want. If you allow this, you're sending the town down a very dangerous path. I can see the developers, like sharks, circling us. Please do not sell us out. Thank you.
Any other members of the public with comments? Mr. Scott? Okay. Mr. Scott? No, I was telling her that we didn't have questions for her and she could resume her seat.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do.
Name and address.
William Scott, 23 Cedar Avenue. William Scott, 23 Cedar Avenue, but I've been a resident of Montclair for 75 years, born and raised here. 382 Orange Road was my parents' home. They came as a part of the Great Migration. They purchased 382 Orange Road in 1945. I still own that property. I have my children and my grandchildren that live in that property. So, just to give a little background to the history of the South End. 340 Orange Road is the senior citizen building. There's 99 units in that building. That property originally had two one-family homes on that property. We needed the senior citizen building in the Township of Montclair, and one of the 3 major ones they have is in the 4th Ward. There's 2 more in the 4th Ward as well. 354 Orange Road is a supportive housing complex. Originally, it was 2 one-family houses. We needed the supportive housing in the Township of Montclair. Those 2 buildings, 340 Orange Road and 355, are affordable units, supported units. 360 Orange Road is a new development. 4 townhouses. Average rent, $5,000 a month. Originally, that was a one-family lot. 364 Orange Road, a 38-unit apartment building, built in 1950. Those are the most reasonable, affordable units in the Township of Montclair from an apartment standpoint, rental standpoint. 397 Orange Road, which was built back in 1958, was a gas station. It was converted from a one-family zone, a one-family house, to a gas station. 399 Orange Road also was a one-family house. That also was a vacant lot, at one time became a gas station. The properties that I have outlined are traditionally been in an R1 zone. An R1 zone. But through spot zoning, those properties come to 149 units. The original properties came to 44 units. We've had a 300% growth in density just in that stretch of property from 340 Orange Road, now going down to 400 Orange Road. When we talk about affordable housing, that one unit is really smoke and mirrors. Don't use affordable housing as a marketing strategy when you come into Montclair. Being a member of the Montclair Housing Commission, we have not met the true need of affordable housing in this town. 75 to 80% of the affordable housing is in the 4th Ward. Supportive housing, shelters, you name it, is in the 4th Ward. If we approve this application, maybe we'll start building in the 1st and the 2nd Ward, because there's been no commitment or a minimum commitment for affordable housing. So when you want to talk about the character of a neighborhood, absolutely, the South End is the conscience of Montclair. We accept everything in the 4th Ward, we built everything in the 4th Ward, and we're not going to sit back and allow any additional spot zoning to occur. Thank you.
Any questions? Mr. Scott?
Mr. Scott, how many rental units do you own in Montclair?
4.
And what's your average rent that you collect? Just curious.
And I really appreciate the question. I have, at 382 Orange Road, the 2 units in the front are 3-bedroom units. They're $2,100 a month with parking for 3 cars, and I pay the water bill.
Okay.
A 3-bedroom in Montclair average is going to be over $4,000.
Okay. So you take less. Now, it's my
let me continue.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, because I have 2 units. I have a front house and I have a back house. In the back house, my daughter lives in a 1-bedroom apartment. That unit is 1 bedroom. It's $1,250 a month. You can't find a 1-bedroom apartment in Montclair for under $3,000. Okay? My son lives on the 2nd floor. He's paying $1,600 for a 2-bedroom. You can't find a 2-bedroom apartment in Montclair for $3,000. I've been doing affordable housing in Montclair for over 40 years because it's a part of my heritage, my personality, and my moral commitment to make sure that we give our family members and members of the community a chance to live in Montclair.
So-
I've rented, hold on, you asked the question.
Well,
Hold
I
on.
asked you what the average rents were.
Well, and I've rented to firemen, policemen, teachers, and those individuals have moved on to purchase their own homes.
Okay. So you said the average rent for a 3-bedroom in Montclair is about $4,000?
If not higher.
Okay. And the average rent for 2-family, you said, is about $3,500?
If not higher.
If not higher. Are you in the process of acquiring properties or trying to acquire properties to develop?
No.
No? So you have no other
Well,
business?
my primary residence is 23 Cedar Avenue.
Right.
Okay? 23 Cedar Avenue actually happens to be an acre of land.
Okay.
It's an R1 zone.
Right.
That's all that can be built in an R1 zone is one family
And the
home.
others are zoned, the others
Well,
are...
they're multifamily homes, but they're, the 382 property is over 100 years old.
Okay, and but that's in a single-family zone?
Well, yes, it's
Okay.
a mix because it's 1 family, 2 families,
Right. Okay.
everything's in
That's
the
all I
zone.
have. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Anyone else with testimony concerning the application? Okay.
I just want to say that the building...
You only, if you want to say something, you have to come up to the mic.
Just give us your name and address again. You've been previously sworn.
Johanna Coxeter, Lincoln Street. I was just wondering if the previous speaker's properties are grandfathered in because they've been multifamily for so long.
You have,
Thank you.
anyone else with testimony concerning the application? Mr. Macera, do you want to sum up?
I would love to sum up, Mr. Chairman, but first I think we need to clarify what we are applying for, so I'd like to get that on the record. I believe we are not multifamily and we are not townhouse under the ordinance's definitions. It looks like we are applying for six
Dwelling units.
six dwelling units on one lot, so the variance, it would still be a D1 variance, nothing would change as far as the testimony, but, that would be the nature of the variance.
Yeah, so as I see it, you need a D1 use variance because that, your use, including the multiple principal structures on a lot, is not permitted.
Right.
You've also sought relief relating to the front yard setbacks, 20 feet from Orange Road, 15 from Ward Place, and 20 feet from Pleasant Way.
Correct.
Where 25 feet is required. You're seeking an impervious coverage variance of 53.62%, or a maximum of 35.7%.
Okay, we're going to withdraw that this evening.
Okay, you want to defer that variance?
We're going to defer that variance, yes.
And you also, to the extent it's required, a variance to designate one of the two smaller units as the affordable unit.
Yes, and for the record, I think we meet the requirements for the reasons that we expressed before, but certainly would like a vote on that. Okay. Mr. Chairman, thank you all for your patience in this application. I know we've been here quite a while, and I know the board has a very busy agenda. Just a couple things to start. 5 houses, if we put 5 houses, it's very likely that the 5 houses would be more expensive. Each house would be more expensive than the townhouse. There are no inexpensive houses in Montclair. I mean, you've all experienced that. Anybody who is involved in real estate has experienced that. We heard, testimony that with regard to rents, $4,000 a month for 3 bedrooms and $3,000 a month and upward, $3,500 a month and upward for 2 bedrooms. It's not this applicant's or this property owner's obligation to build down in order to satisfy some neighbors who have very, very legitimate concerns about their neighborhood. I've learned a lot about the south end of Montclair, during these proceedings. I used to spend some time at the gas station that was on this property that was closed down because the owner was a family friend. So I'm familiar with the area, but not familiar with the parochialism, quite honestly, and I think that's something that people can be proud of. That said, the very first evening that we came on, my introduction was, this is part of the revitalization of the south end. So we were mistaken. But
please be quiet.
But as people had said, most of the development in town was Bloomfield Avenue, was near Grove Street, near Mountainside Hospital, and things like that. And it appeared to people who did not know that the south end had been somewhat neglected. Meanwhile, you didn't know until I talked to the mayor of the 4th Ward that, hey, leave us alone. And I'm not saying the mayor has, stated her opinion on this, but she came to one of the early meetings where we invited the public, and people there were enthused about changing this lot, that this lot has been an eyesore. It was a gas station. It was then the business. There were trucks on there. That's not the owner, the developer's fault. He bought the lot to try to build on the lot. He bought the lot in a state of disrepair. He cleaned up the lot, spent a lot of money to decontaminate the lot. He knew it was contaminated when he bought it, but yes, he did buy it as an investment. And now he's trying to make money, as all developers do. And as part of making money, he has done an analysis that 6 units is what works. 8 units is when he bought the property that he thought he could do, because 8 units were approved in 2007. Now, shame on him for assuming, but another board said that 8 units fits on this lot. So that's why we started out with 8. We then went to 7 to try to accommodate the suggestions, and now we went to 6, which I think is a good plan. The developer thinks it's a good plan. We think it makes the most sense, as much as, people don't like change generally. And most people find when a property is developed, in 3 or 4 years, it looks like it's always been there, and you forget about it. And that's what we believe this property would be. We saw renderings from a professional individual in California, and the person who presented those renderings loved them. I looked at them and I said, they don't match anything that's on the street. And that was part of the part of the objection that we heard was that these proposed units don't match anything. It's all a matter of taste, and you can't govern taste. So aesthetically, I think we all have to agree that the property would be improved, that anything is better than what is there now. So what we're looking for tonight is the approval to say, yes, you can do 6 uses. We have a legal burden, and we have met that legal burden through the testimony. The testimony is we have to show positive criteria, negative criteria. We have shown the positive criteria. I don't think I need to go back and rehash Matt's testimony about the nature of the application, the nature of the lot, that there is no substantial detriment to the public good, that this is consistent with the zone plan. In fact, he quoted the master plan, where the master plan said, we need to revitalize Montclair, paraphrasing, but that's what it said. It didn't say we need to revitalize the 4th Ward. It didn't say we need to revitalize 379 Bloomfield Avenue, but it said that's a goal in the master plan of Montclair, to continue to be vibrant and to improve. The state master plan says that states have to do infill development, that New Jersey municipalities have to do infill development. The state master plan wants the communities to fill their empty lots, generally speaking. This would be an infill of an empty lot. It's a logical empty lot. It's 4 times at least bigger than any of the other lots. It's on Orange Road, which is a county road. We heard testimony, plenty of bus stops, cars, we had car counts. By the way, our car counts, our proposed project wouldn't impact. You heard that testimony. But it also said that Orange Road is a busy road. This property fronts on 3 streets, 2 very quiet streets, and 1 pretty busy street, where we heard it's tough for kids to cross the street. So it's busy enough that it might cause a dangerous situation for kids to cross. But how do we please the people on Ward and the people on Pleasant? Well, we tried to do that. We were asked, don't put two ingresses and egresses, or 1 ingress and an egress. So we redesigned it. We reduced 2 houses, and we faced 1 house to Ward Place to try to appease the property owner across the street. It'll look like a single-family home facing her home. We don't need a whole lot of variances. The property, through testimony, is particularly suited for these 6 units, and we respectfully ask that you allow, give the applicant the variance, the use variance for the 6 units. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Start discussion with Mr. McCulloch.
What?
Do you really want me to go first?
No. You want to go first?
I don't want to go first.
Somebody has to go.
I don't mind going first, but go ahead. If you want to go first.
I don't want to go.
I'll go first. I'll go first. You can go second if you want. Is that what you want to do?
But go.
Okay, all right. I'll take the unenviable position. Let me just say, first of all, that it's certainly been interesting to sit through the various hearings on this application. And I think it's been a learning process for everybody. So, I want to say, first of all, I'm somewhat confused, okay? Because when we're talking about, we don't know if we're talking about townhouses, we're talking about, I mean, what is this development? I mean, it's sort of migrated from one thing, talk about a great migration, it's migrated from one thing to another thing to another thing. And so the fact that I feel like I don't really even know exactly what is being proposed here, or what we can call it, is a bit challenging for me. I also would say that the type of development and the scale of what's being proposed at this point. I struggle with, and I guess I don't know definitively because that's not really sort of my position to know or to speak to it, but I do feel that whatever is developed in one ward should be developable in all wards. I mean, I think that's very important. Since I've served on this zoning board, I've taken a consistent position about the character and culture of the community. And I think there is a historical character and culture to the community. And I think it's important for that to be maintained where possible. But I certainly feel that when we're talking about, I'm not opposed to development. I feel like when development happens, it needs to take that character and culture into consideration. I also think there needs to be consistency across the community. I think that's very important. At least it's very important to me. I feel that throughout this whole process, what is to the benefit or to the detriment of the common good is a very critical factor. What I have consistently heard from the community, not just the neighborhood, not just the streets that specifically border this property, but the neighborhood around, is the consistent feeling that this is detrimental, that it doesn't complement, it doesn't add anything, it doesn't take them to a place where they feel that it makes a positive contribution to their quality of life. And whether ultimately I can legally take a position on the basis of that is another question. But I do think that it's important to acknowledge that this consistently has felt like the community seems to be clear that they feel that it is detrimental, that they haven't. They believe that the property needs to be developed, but we have not yet exhausted all of the potential plans that could be examined to sort of get us to a place in which everybody could be reasonably happy and move forward. I would say I'm very interested to hear what my colleagues on the board feel, but at this point, my feeling, my lean is to not support this because I just feel like there's still a lot for us to learn and explore, and to get us to a place in which we have a proposal that really makes the most sense for Montclair, for the neighborhood, for the neighbors, and for the community at large.
Having been on the board for an approval of a garden center, 2 denials of townhouse developments, and approval of a townhouse development, one of the things that it's important for the community to come out and express their views because your views are always helpful in helping us understand the application, as is the testimony by the applicant's witnesses. As I said when I appeared before a board 13 days ago, our decisions are not a function of how many people are there in support or oppose an application. It's whether, as I said in the beginning of the meeting, whether they meet the criteria under the municipal land use law. One of the things that I did was to, and there's been testimony about the prior eight unit approval that this board granted. But I look back at that, And the issue, as Mr. McCulloch said, is, how is what is being proposed fit in? The renderings of those units, they looked like houses front, back, side. These do not look like houses front, back, side. I am, just to correct Ms. Avery, we had an exhibit, which I was actually hoping we would get this time, showing the houses on Ward and Pleasant. There are 11 houses on the south side of Ward, 7 of which were shown in that exhibit as two-family. We haven't granted any variances since, so I'm reasonably confident the other 4 remain as single-family. But it is not so much what the units are. I mean, having once voted for a townhouse and voted against 2 others, I think that is a possible solution on the property. But the testimony here has not justified what is being proposed. The buildings are out of character with the neighborhood. That is an important factor in determining whether it is going to have a substantial detriment to the public good. They are somewhat improved over what was initially proposed, which looked like they dropped down from outer space and into the neighborhood. These are, in terms of their front facade, at least a little more consistent, but the size is just much bigger. Yes, there are a couple of other houses that are of similar size, and I had actually, when Mr. McDonough was here at the first hearing, I had said, I want to know what the sizes of the units are, and I guess he didn't pass that along to Mr. Flynn. I was really looking into, but we got that testimony tonight after some effort as to, and while there are some units that are the 2,500 square feet, that is just not the reality. The other part of this, and while we're not being asked to rule on the bulk variance, but ultimately we would have to get to the point as to, in my view, one of the justifications for going to a townhouse use, a two-family use, sorry, I should have to correct myself. Two-family use is to keep more of the property open. And the opposite is happening here. There is a significant deviation from the impervious cover. We discussed some little fixes in terms of the driveway, but you're ending up with a property, I'll describe it as without a backyard, is I guess that you would normally have in a single-family zone, and that is really not in character. If, the other, just to do, which was touched on and not really, and it's a concern I have as to, the applicant from day one insisted on calling this townhouses. No one bothered to look at the ordinance as to what the definition was. When we asked about the current plan with the 2 units which are standalone, he said, I'm calling those townhouses. That's not what the ordinance says. And then trying to compare that to where townhouses are allowed, it's a question of, do we deviate from the ordinance to allow a use that's not permitted in the zone? There has to be a justification for it. The justification can't only be the property is a mess now. The property is absolutely a mess now, and I think everyone who testified agreed that they would like something built there. And I understood, and maybe I misunderstood Ms. Hubert's testimony in terms of her rendering, but she said some of those buildings that were shown on the renderings could be two families. And just for the record, she is nodding her head in affirmance. So it's not even that they're opposing having two families. It's the units that are shown are too big. The appearance of them is still very different from what exists in the neighborhood. You are creating a lot that over half of which is going to be impervious surface, and that is just very hard to justify in a zone where it's supposed to be 25%. I think, it's, I understand the applicant has made a real effort to try and listen, but it's kind of a tone-deaf listening as to what, and missing that part of the problem is the units are too big, and they just don't really fit into the neighborhood. And, well, in one sense, every application stands on its own. I think all the board members always try to be consistent wherever we are in town, and I'm struggling to say, if we approve this, how would we differentiate it from someone else coming in, saying, I want to build townhouses in a single-family zone and will make the lot look much prettier. I mean, and there wasn't much testimony concerning the commercial uses along the other side of Orange Road as to, but, would it surprise me, someone coming in if we approve this and saying, okay, this is a nasty commercial use in a residential zone, I want to build townhouses here. I'll be right across the street from what you just approved. I don't think they have shown sufficient to justify the positive criteria. I think that there's really, other than developing an ugly site, which is a good, there is nothing being accomplished here that would say this is a better result than a single-family development would be. And that just, and then in terms of the negative criteria, and I think, that they, it is doing two families in a one-family zone, and that is going to have a substantial impairment to the zone plan when there is no corresponding benefit to that, and it is certainly, as designed, going to have a substantial detriment to the public good of the neighborhood. I think, I think it's not a function of the number of units. I think it is a function of how those are on the lot. I think the starting point, and I actually, if I was the applicant, I would have done what Mr. Rapp did in terms of saying, here's what a single-family development would look like, and here's how we can make it better if we do townhomes. And they didn't, obviously Mr. Rapp was coming at it from the opposite direction, but I think, that, and he was showing 4 units, and I don't know that we want to say there were 5 lots in the 40s. I don't know if they were ever developed, developed residentially, because no indication one way or the other, but property became a gas station in the 60s. all the lots were combined into one lot. At some point, presumably then, by the time it came to us as Wallwood Gardens, it was all one lot. There was testimony at that hearing, interestingly enough, that there had been a greenhouse on the property in the 20s and 30s. I don't remember that testimony, but that's what our resolution says as to exactly what was there. So I cannot in good conscience vote for this because it has not been demonstrated that there's a justification for having the two families and the multiple units on one lot in this zone, even though I think in the abstract that can be made, it just has not been made here. One thing which I think I didn't do, one of the things, and it's my problem throughout, is to just not looking at our ordinance for the definition of townhouse, not looking at the definition of multiple family, and realizing they weren't that. It's the same thing with building coverage. Definition of building coverage is the ratio of horizontal area measured from the exterior surface of the exterior walls of the principal building. That is not how they calculated building coverage. If you take, given the overhangs, they're clearly going to need a variance. It's, the proofs weren't there, as I'm just going to say. Go to Mr. Church.
Well, since we've had this application before us, I have struggled with the application for the reason that the original plans put before us I didn't like. I think those had to be adjusted and changed, and they were. The plans presented that were adjusted and changed, I didn't like those either. I'm concerned with this application because of what Mr. Harrison alluded to, a precedent could be set, that something could come before this board, if we approve this, that would say, we want to do what they did. And we would be hard-pressed to say, we can't approve what you're putting before us because of the various reasons, whatever those would be. My concern for Montclair is that it is changing. The town is changing. There's no doubt about it. My children have grown and gone. They can't come back. Can't afford it. They have to wait for me to die to get the house. So my wife and I are caught with a dilemma. Do we leave, but where can we go? Do people do people that live here have what they want and need? Neighborhoods in this town are essential because it gives us character. It gives the town character. What goes on in the Fourth Ward has been going on down there for a long time. I've been on this board off and on for a lot of years, and I've seen developments in all over town. But this development, I believe, flies in the face of what I personally would want to see be built in Montclair. This project does not fit. It doesn't fit the neighborhood. It doesn't fit what the neighbors have been used to having around them. This is what they moved there for. I went to where I live because I wanted to live in that neighborhood. So I would be against this application because of those facts. It's not, there's people on this board that have technical capabilities that I don't have. But I do have a desire to see change that comes along is reasonable and it fits what the residents of Montclair want, not what developers want. So, in that respect, I wouldn't be in favor of this application, and for the reasons I tried to elucidate here, I stand by my desire to see development, but I desire to see development that fits, and this doesn't fit.
So we started out in October, I believe, right? October 15th. Usually, you know, when that would come by, if I was the client or whatever, I'd be like, okay, let's go someplace else. But we pushed through. We're here in December. We have a kind of a cascading situation of what we're hearing on this side. So I'll take the other side and speak on the other side of this. This is definitely a site that needs something. All right. Now, Mr. Rapp put together those houses. I hope that never happens. That doesn't look that great either. Something needs to be here. Something needs to happen on this. Townhouses might be the way to go in that sense. But something will have to happen here. We'll have another application on this in the near distant future, 5 or 10 years. It doesn't really matter, because even if I say yes, most of the board's going to say no. So just bear with me. So, I mean, it's a hard situation. I mean, we've dealt with you guys for those 3 months. So, and, you know, the community has, you know, it's been there every step of the way, every development. I mean, they've actually shaped this plan. They've changed this plan. This plan has been changed a couple times because of the community's input. Good or bad, whatever, however it is. And this is where we come up to where we are here. And, you know, when the way this is built is like, the buyer, the owner, they have to make a profit. This is how the system works, and the buildings on Orange Road
Please be quiet.
It's perfectly fine. I mean, listen, we've been doing this, and you guys have been here. It's 12 o'clock, and we're all on the same thing, right? We're all doing the same thing in a sense. So I'm just throwing it out the way the way I want to see it sometimes, and it wouldn't matter anyway. I've lost my train of thought. It is past 12:30. I'll leave it to everybody else.
Mr. Vieira.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to be brief, given the late hour here, and appreciate everybody. I'll have to echo the comments of some members of the public and members of the board that for me particularly has been a learning experience. This application being an alternate in this board. Having some experience with development, but I think I'll have to be honest that when the application came in front of the board, I was initially in favor of a development, right? With the premise that, you know, it's an abandoned site and something has to be developed. However, throughout the course of the different meetings that we've seen, and we've see the changes of the development, and understanding as well the precedent that has been talked about there hasn't been an approval on an art zone for some time. I think that has to be in play. I think also another concern for me, I live in the 4th Ward, by the way, right? Not close to this neighborhood, but it's still the 4th Ward. One of the reasons I came to this town, this is a very special town. I love this town. I have a 1-year-old daughter. I want her to grow up here. And I wanted to know more about the evidence presented about the neighborhood compatibility of this proposal, and knowing the precedent that I've mentioned, in my mind, I thought that this application has to be bulletproof in terms of the different criteria, reaching out to the neighbors and understanding what some of the needs may be. And I think it became clear to me throughout the course of the different meetings that this application, this proposal is not the right one for this site. And I can go on different criteria that, based on the square footage compared to other areas, compared to other units, and different other criteria. But to summarize, I think it lacks the thoughtfulness of the neighborhood to incorporate some of the comments from the neighbors, or to exhaust all of the other possibilities. So comparing this proposal against single family homes. I think that hasn't been shown, and I think for that reason I'll be against this.
Ms. Grant?
So through the iterations of the design, I think the second, I did like it. I think at that point there was a lot of feedback given about what the community wanted, and then as we come here today, I do see the changes, but I don't from the testimony, I didn't see that come out in like the testimony, especially when talking about planning and community planning. It just didn't reflect what I thought it would be at this point, or given enough weight. I think the discussion on the fabric of the community is important. I think that, like Mr. Church said, this a neighborhood is distinct, it's unique, and in Montclair, all of them add to the town, and it makes it just a really wonderful place. And yeah, it just there should be care when rearranging that fabric. It should be very intentional, it should be thoughtful, and it shouldn't put everything should be given the same weight and consideration, all the stakeholders. It just can't be. And I think when I think the last time we met and discussed, I think the rendering, I agree, the rendering didn't really resonate. Not with me, it didn't. And I think that was the first time that I took like a little turn, and I thought maybe it's just like the scale was too big for that street. I did want to mention there was a mention of what does race have to do with housing. That's a great question. So it shouldn't have anything to do with housing, and I don't think that was what the intent was when mentioning me, particularly the Great Migration. Though that it is race, it was about we all, if you want to live in a single family neighborhood, we all have that right, and it shouldn't be taken away from us. If we've invested in a home, it's a big purchase, it's a big commitment. So other people mentioned that, and so I think it was more about the journey of people getting to be single homeowners. It spanned decades, and it took. I mean, my own family members. I can tell you, like my grandmother. It was a big deal. It was a big deal, and unfortunately now it's just not an option available. But then the last thing I wanted to say was there's a book called Blueprint for a Disaster. When I say it's a really great book, but it's by D. Branford Hunt, and it takes you from tenements through public housing And it really answers the question of what does race have to do with housing, not in the regular way, but in just a really amazing journey. So I would recommend that book.
Mr. Cruz?
Yes, thank you. So I guess I'll start by saying that I understand what the application is, but I don't understand when the application is. And what I mean by that is that when it comes to the development of Montclair, since Montclair has been developing dynamically, you have this like recent 5-year window, the 20-year window, what I'm going to call the 60-year window, and then the 140-year window. You know, like way back when this was Crane Town and the Crane family was subdividing the lands to create these lots that we have today for the single-family homes. You know, it's like, at what point does the dynamic change of the neighborhood become like relevant? 20 years ago when I was roaming around or whatever, when Omar was selling incense by the bike rack and, I could listen to Bruce Tyler play drums at the DLV, like, I kind of actually honestly think what Bruce Tyler would say if he was sitting here right now. But, like, regardless, just to bring back something more pointed, to read something from the master plan, I read the first chapter of everything. So it's like, the zoning modifications proposed in this document are designed to impact zones and districts bordering train stations and within the downtown and commercial areas of the township. They are not intended to change the regulations with the R1 family. This document does not specify any changes to the land uses, bulk requirements, or density. So for me personally, I get caught up a little bit on two things. One is when there was the decision to turn it into a bifurcated application instead of doing it all together in one, and then also the density. Because whilst I understand that the greater New York City urban sprawl is inevitable, if you look at London or any of the other great European cities that have been around for like 1,000+ years or whatever, like the sprawl is inevitable. But I think it's too soon to start building densely in the R1 zones. Start with Bloomfield Avenue, work your way out. I mean, like there's some spaces in town that I would have never imagined would be developed the way that they've been developed. But it's got to start with the places that they've been zoned for, not this spot zoning thing, because like, God forbid, again, like my personal things is that if it was 4 townhouses, because there was 4 original lots, if it was a 3-generational household, like those would all be like positive criterias in my opinion. But like the idea that somebody could just buy 4 single-family lots on like a corner and then try to consolidate that and build 6 townhomes in the R1 zone, it's too early for that idea to be feasible in the town. And then also, again, just to quote something that Mr. Scott said, just don't use affordable housing as a marketing strategy. That's at least here, no bueno. Anyways.
Mr. Simon.
I'll be brief. Everybody covered pretty much everything else already. I will say that people move to the R1 zone for a reason. And anything that's going to change that environment is going to be, it would have to be very convincing to allow that. Again, by setting precedent to around the town and everywhere else. So in short, I would not be in favor. But just as a note too, developers could build whatever they want, however they want, if it meets zoning requirements. But if you come before a board and you come before the community, you can't be hostile. I mean, this is going to be on top of whatever you're trying to present. This process has been painful. I'll say to myself, for as long as I've been on this board, this has probably been the most contentious that I've witnessed, and there was no reason for it. So just a general note to all developers, there's no need. If you come before the board, come like you actually want to help the community as opposed to just, cashing out. That's it.
Mr. Griffith.
I'll try and be quick. When I first started, I saw the first renderings of the site with the, I believe it was 8 units. And I was horrified. I thought it was the worst thing I'd seen, and I was just dumbfounded by what I saw. And then I was likely impressed by the responsiveness of the design and of the owner, developer, the team. And they came back 2 different times with significant improvements on what was there. And I was impressed by what was done. And I felt that they were sincerely trying to listen and trying to respond. I still have issues with the impervious soil. I think that you can reduce your impervious surfaces more than what you have. It's a minor thing, it's not a huge thing, but it's an important thing. I think in thinking about it, it dawned on me today that the thing that bugs me about the houses, the units as they're presented, is there's no front porch, there's no yard that you can occupy. There's a yard that somebody cuts for you, and there's a front door that you go inside, but there's no place that you sit and occupy and habitate the space of the neighborhood. There's no backyard, there's no front yard. You just go into the box. It's like a refrigerator. Not a good thing. And that, to me, is a huge part of the community. And I don't pretend to understand this community. I don't live there, but I can listen. And I understand things about place and things about people. And to me, having these places where you could engage, where you could sit in your front porch and talk to your neighbor and meet the people that live next door, these are good things. That's what makes a community, and that's probably what's lacking in the design. And from an aesthetic point of view, it has greatly improved, and there's a long ways that it can continue to go. The thing that really kills me in the new design is there's arrows on the facade, like pointing up. Like, you don't see that. It's like an icon. It's crazy. But anyway, it's an easy thing to fix. It's not a hard thing to fix. And like I say, I think I was impressed by how far it came around. There's a long ways to go, to keep going.
Someone want to make a motion? It's late, someone better make a motion.
Motion to deny the application.
Is there a second? Okay. I'm going to call the roll. Just Mr. Griffith and Mr. Cruz, you're too low on the totem pole.
Chair Harrison.
I'm voting to deny the application.
Vice Chair McCullough.
Deny.
Mr.
Just so we're clear, that's the motion is to deny the application, so you're voting yes to deny the application? Yes.
Mr. Caulfield.
Yes.
Mr. Church.
Yes.
Mr. Simon.
Yes.
Mr. Vieira.
Yes.
Ms. Grant.
Yes.
Okay, the application is denied.
Thank you, everyone.
Need a motion to adjourn?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Happy holidays to everyone. And we'll see you on January 15th.